needed. The Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS, Bapak Purbaya Yudi Sadewa, the Secretary of Bali Provincial Government, Bapak Dewa Made Indra, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Om Swastiastu. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and tourism industry leaders from all around the world. It is an honor to welcome you this morning to the first International Quality Tourism Conference initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Dian Ariswari, and it is indeed an honor for me to be able to standing in front of all of you as the master of ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference represents a crucial step in ensuring that the tourism industry in ASEAN Plus 3 develops sustainably and responsibly. It aims to create a brighter future for the region's tourism industry and its communities. Earlier this morning, we've been greeted by the traditional welcoming dance of Bali entitled the Pandat Dance. And now, another warm welcome will be delivered by the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan. Please welcome Honorable Bapak Purbaya Yudi Sadewa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, my boss, he's my boss. Used to be my boss, but I think he's still my boss now. Your Excellency, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, Your Excellency, Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, datang ya, Secretary General of the United Nations Tourism, Your Excellencies, Minister of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking and congratulating the Republic of Indonesia's Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, as well as the Committee of the First International Quality Tourism Conference 2024. This conference really serves as a platform for all stakeholders to collaborate on establishing and implementing quality tourism standards. It is really an honor for Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, or LPS, to empower this great conference. I'm confident that this conference will be able to address the rapid growth of tourism industry in ASEAN Plus 3 countries, highlighting the need for sustainable and responsible tourism practices. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the banking industry plays a crucial role in supporting the tourism industry in the ASEAN Plus 3 countries. Banks provide loans and financial support for the development of tourism infrastructure, such as hotel, resorts, and transportation facilities. This helps creating a robust tourism ecosystem. Banks offer various financial services that make it easier for tourists to conduct transactions. This includes currencies exchange, credit card services, and mobile banking, which enhance the convenience and safety of financial transactions for tourists. By investing in advanced financial technologies, banks can improve the efficiency of tourism industry, which includes online booking systems, digital payment systems such as QRIS, and other fintech solutions that streamline the travel experience. Banks provide necessary financial products and services to micro, medium, and small enterprises, such as loans and credit facilities, to help them grow and thrive within the ecosystem of the tourism industry. Furthermore, banks can support sustainable tourism initiatives by financing eco-friendly projects and encouraging responsible tourism practices. This includes funding for projects that focus on environmental conservation and cultural conservation. Therefore, a stable banking industry is a vital catalyst for the growth of the tourism industry. This is the area where my institution, the Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation plays our role. Ladies and gentlemen, LPS is the deposit insurer and banks resolution authority which covers all 106 commercial banks and more than 1,500 rural banks in Indonesia. The deposit insurance coverage for the bank is up to 2 billion insurance rupiah for each depositor per bank, and we cover both deposits and that are denominated in rupiah and foreign currencies. Furthermore, in 4 years from now, LPS will also provide guarantee to the insurance companies through a policyholder protection program and liquidation of insolvent insurance companies. Together with our fellow institution, that is Bank Indonesia, Financial Services Authority or OJK, and Ministry of Finance, we are the Indonesian financial safety net that manifests as the Financial System Stability Committee, aiming to safeguard the Indonesian financial system stability. And I should say we are conducting our job quite well so far. If you take a look, despite the global economic uncertainty, the global financial uncertainty, the Indonesian financial system is relatively stable until now. With LPS on duty, tourists do not have to worry about utilizing banking services in Indonesia. Travel more and enjoy Indonesia sceneries and cultures. If there are international visitors here, this occasion is a tourist conference, right? But don't stay too long in your conference room. Enjoy tourist destination in Bali and enjoy yourself. Yeah. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the symbiotic relationship between tourism and financial sector is instrumental in bolstering sustainable economic growth in Asian plus countries. Therefore, I hope this conference will be able to bring not only profound discussion, but also produce real actionable synergies. Pak Luhut used to say, jangan ngomong-ngomong doang, not talk-talk only, implement it. Creating a theory is easy, but implementing it is difficult. So please try to find an implementable solution during this seminar. I wish everyone to have a productive and fruitful conference and discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Bapak Purbaya Yudi Sadewa for the warm welcome. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, recently travelers' expectations are more and more looking for a quality, sustainable tourism experience. The concept is to spend time by truly enjoying and learning the new journey, engaging with the local community, and also being a responsible traveler that embraces and respects the local wisdom. Today, we are honored to have an opening speech by the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, and will be continued with the official opening of the conference. Please welcome on the stage His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you, and it's an honor to stand before you at the International Quality Tourism Conference. I extend my gratitude to the Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, Excellency Purbaya, for its support, demonstrating commitment beyond financial stability by fostering the growth of our tourism sector. And my sincere appreciation also goes to the Central Bank of Indonesia, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Minister of National Development Planning for your collaborative efforts in developing quality tourism, with the presence of representatives from the World Economic Forum. This meeting will have the chance to deepen and widen the discussion on what it takes to develop and implement quality tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy continues to face challenges, including geopolitical tensions and the slowdown of major economies like the US and China. Despite these pressures, macroeconomic indicators remain among the strongest in the G20 and ASEAN. The first half of 2024, our economy grew 5.1%, driven by robust exports and rising investment. This growth reflects our strategic focus on diversifying and strengthening our economic foundation. To sustain momentum and foster new growth, Indonesia is advancing its 5 super priority destinations, namely Lake Toba, Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and Lekupang. We are also implementing the Proud to Travel in Indonesia campaign in 2023. Recorded and unprecedented 825.8 million domestic trips, the highest in our history. And we plan to reach 1 billion domestic trips by end of this year. We saw foreign investor numbers rebound to 11.7 million this year, will be nearly reaching pre-COVID-19 levels. Despite the promise of imminent benefits, we have also experienced the downside of tourism, from local communities being uprooted or to environmental degradation. The demonstration by local communities against foreign tourists in Barcelona serve a stark reminder. This island Bali is also alarmingly leading in that direction. And the list can go on and on. Thus, Indonesia has taken steps to develop quality tourism indicators, integrating both supply and demand sector factors. On the supply side, we enhance basic competitiveness infrastructures, accessibility, and sustainable destination management. On the demand side, focus on the uniqueness and high value of our destination, ensuring that our tourism offerings are competitive, sustainable, and beneficial to local communities. As part of our commitment to quality tourism, we will issue a presidential instruction to designate Bali as the pilot province for quality tourism implementation, with plans to expand these practices nationwide. This initiative will hopefully position Indonesia tourism sector globally for its efforts in setting high standard and sustainability in visitor satisfaction. Having said that, this meeting just a small step that hopefully contributes to the betterment of the tourism sectors. And first meeting on the quality tourism is more than just a meeting. It is a continuation of the old saying, habit of dialogue. A dialogue that rests on understanding that tourism is the way for us. It is your belief that meeting can foster better understanding of where we are and where we need to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we had several meetings in Jakarta to do some evaluation about the tourist destination in Indonesia. We set up 55 indicators. For instance, like this one I think is very important. It's like Bali. We like to maintain Bali as a, paradise island. So we have to evaluate what happened in Bali. We just don't want to see Bali, so many foreign tourists, but the quality of tourism is not good. So we're going to take action. Hopefully by next week, we're going to have a meeting in Jakarta to finalize this new regulation. We understand around over 200,000 foreign people live in Bali today, but create also some problem because we like to maintain also the culture of Bali. Bali without their culture is not Bali as a paradise island anymore. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should respecting also the local cultures. I think this is not a nude island. This is Bali with very beautiful cultures. We have to maintain this one. We are also push very much about trash management and good infrastructure. So Bali, we're going to tackle all the trash issue or waste management, which is I think very, very important. Central government been working very hard for this, but not very successful yet. But I believe within 6 or 1 year ahead, we're going to tackle the whole issue of trash in Bali. So we don't want to see Suwung anymore exist over there. I talked to the local government about this. And we don't want to see also the paddy field become a villa or become of the club, nude club. We're not going to allow them to do so. We're going to do the evaluation of this, and then I think BPKP going to audit several areas in Bali in order to find out what's really going on. And also the immigration, we like to check all those things. We don't want to see the foreign people replace the local people job in this island. But the very important one, ladies and gentlemen, we like to see that the Balinese culture have to be there forever. Otherwise, no more Bali. This is, I think, very important. And number of the local tourism also quite good, very good, and increasing and time to time. And you have to understand also the middle class in Indonesia growing very much. And since our GDP 1.4 something trillion US dollars, and we believe by 2030 we can go up maybe nearly 2.5 to 3 trillion US dollars, which is I think bring more and more middle class in Indonesia. So local tourists or domestic tourists also very important for us. So not only the foreign tourists. Foreign tourists who bring problem here, narcotic, gang and others, we can deport from Indonesia, from Bali. And we don't want them to enter Bali anymore because they create problem in Bali. So we like to see Bali with the very friendly aura, with the beautiful culture. We have to protect this one. We don't want to see the paddy field convert to be club, nude club, or to be restaurant. So then this one have to be managed very well. And been discussed this with the interministry, and also with the local government, and also with the NGOs. We listen to any input of this, So hopefully that we can to finalize this very quick. So the quality tourism also, we are talking about the local and also the international. We're going to maintain the 5 tourist destinations in Indonesia. We're going to fix the infrastructure, make it better, like Bali. We are thinking now that this have to be green tourist destination by using as much as possible green energy, and also EV. We're going to promote, to push EV bike and also EV car in Bali, and we plan now, we set up the schedule for this. So, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia today, I should say that we are doing pretty well, and we are very proud, and we are very firm that we can manage our own people, our own country. So in terms of infrastructures, I'm pretty confident that we can make Bali much better in the near future. The President-elect also has planned to connect North Bali to South Bali, Southern Bali, and we're going to have also the road, maybe toll road. We'll see what happens. A study ongoing now, and we requested also the World Bank to do study on the underground LRT from airport, Bali Airport, Ngurah Rai to KKB to this Sanur, and also to Cemangi area. So this is, I think, very important. We don't like, to be honest to you, like we see a mall at the middle of tourist destination. It's like in Sanur here, to make a traffic jam, So we like to reshape this, the Bali, So basically the purpose of that, like mentioned earlier by Excellency Purbaya and also my staff, they would like to see Bali as a paradise island. So with your support, ladies and gentlemen, let me enjoy to stay here. Come visit Bali, and then we'll see the aura of Bali. Bring peaceful, bring, the beautiful thing to our mind. And people can do, meditation here, can socialize with the people here. No gangster. Gangster we can ban to enter Indonesia forever. So we don't mind maybe 10,000, the criminal people or unknown people not allowed to enter Bali anymore on Indonesia. For us, quality is more important than numbers. Numbers is very important, but numbers again we can get it from domestic tourism. So don't get me wrong in this one, because we don't want also the job of the local people replaced by the foreign tourists. We don't want to see this thing happen, because what happened today, we have to create also prosperity to the people of Bali. And I've been discussed to so many NGOs also in Bali, and they agree to our activities. Of course, we are very still open to some input before we make an announcement officially about this. And I think soon we're going to announce what you're going to do. And they are started already to do some audit in 4 spots in Bali. So soon, I think I give them the timing, within 3 weeks' time, they should come the result of this audit. So from that audit, we can move forward. Thank you very much. Enjoy this discussion. I do hope that we can see the good result of this. And thank you very much also to the sponsors, like MasterCard and LPS, especially Pak Purbaya and others people who has been working together with the government of Indonesia. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you. Please remain on the stage, Bapak, as now we will continue with the striking of the gong. Therefore, I would like to also invite Mr. Purbaya Yudi Sadewa to also join His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan on the stage for the striking of the gong. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will witness the official opening marked by the striking of the gong by His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Kindly in my countdown in 3, 2, 1. The first International Quality Tourism Conference is now officially open. Congratulations. Please have a photo session for a while, Bapak. Please have a photo session for a while. Bapak Luhut and also Bapak, please have a photo for a while here. In 3, 2, 1. Please look at the main photographer. The main photographer, please kindly raise your hand. Fotografer utama boleh mengangkat tangan. Please kindly look at the main photographer in 3, 2, 1. Please join me in giving a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as a congratulations for the official opening of the first International Quality Tourism Conference. Thank you so much to Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan as well as to Bapak Purbaya Yudhistha Dewa. You may now return back to your seat and also continue to the next agenda as well. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations with the official opening of the first International Quality Tourism Conference, which are already officially open by His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you so much once again. Well, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we will go directly to the first panel session. Therefore, please remain here in the ballroom. Once again, let's give a round of applause to His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning during the opening sessions of the first International Quality Tourism Conference. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the first International Quality Tourism Conference is initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. This event is powered by Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan (LPS) and supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. Let's give a round of applause to all of our generous sponsors that already support the first International Quality Tourism Conference. For your information, on each day of our conference, we will have free panel session. And tomorrow, we also will have the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, that will also joining us on the second day of our conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our first plenary session, we would like to also once again emphasize the objectives of the first International Quality Tourism Conference. So the implementations of the first International Quality Tourism Conference 2024 in Bali aims to raise the awareness among stakeholders about the importance of the quality tourism itself and also to encourage sustainable and responsible practices. And this morning, without further ado, we will go directly to our first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, on the first plenary session, we will discuss further regarding the quality tourism strategy among countries. Before we start, I would like to introduce our moderator that will lead the first session. So our moderator is a communication professional with 16 years of experience in broadcast media. He served as a national TV news anchor and also executive producer. His expertise also includes managing breaking news, building relationships with key stakeholders, and excelling in news production, editorial messaging, and also corporate communication. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Bapak Timothy Marbun.
Thank you, Dian.
I will now hand over the floor to the moderator. Timothy, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. What Dian probably was not in her note was, I'm also a fan of Bali and a tourist in Bali many times a year. So aside from what we do, we travel to Bali a lot as Indonesians. It's a privilege to be in the same country as Bali. And it's very refreshing, as Pak Luhut said, and also Pak Purbaya, what Indonesia has plans for Bali and also some parts of Indonesia, which also includes increasing quality tourism. You might not really read the Indonesian news, but we've had some troubles in tourism in Indonesia, and I guess what will be discussing here would contribute in the solution to some of those matters. And well, one, as Pak Luhut said, we don't want gangsters in here. So, because you're here, you're not a gangster. Thank you for not being a gangster, everyone. So you're very much welcome in Indonesia, and I guess I also would like to emphasize on what Pak Luhut said. Please enjoy Bali while you're here. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to our first plenary session in the first International Quality Tourism Conference 2024. This will be the first session. We have 3 sessions today, and I will be with you for all 3 sessions, and we will have a colleague for the next day. Today, we are not here just to discuss tourism, but to also shape its future, especially among ASEAN plus 3. Our region has seen incredible growth in tourism, which brings prosperity, yes, but also brings challenges, such as environmental degradation, and also some areas over tourism, including here as well. Now, this conference is a critical step in addressing these issues by setting and upholding as well standards for quality tourism, ensuring our destinations not only remain attractive, but also remain sustainable. As we kick off this session, we focus on the strategies that can help our countries lead in implementing these quality tourism standards. And hopefully, our first session here would become a strong foundation for the rest of the day, ensuring that conversations we have here will carry forward in the next sessions and also the sessions tomorrow. Now, let me just introduce our speakers that will be sitting here with me on the stage. I am honored to introduce our first speaker, Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, the Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs at Indonesia's Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. Ibu Winnie, as she is known, has been instrumental in integrating sustainable development into national policy. With a PhD in economics from the University of Melbourne and significant experiences as senior advisor to the Minister for Economy and Financing, Ibu Winnie is a key figure in Indonesia's development strategies. And she will be presenting on integrating quality tourism into national policy. Our next speaker is Randy Durban, the CEO of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, or GSTC. He has over 20 years of senior leadership experience, including roles as president of TravCoa and Intrav. Randy has been at the forefront of advancing sustainability in the tourism industry. Now, his work with the GSTC plays a critical role in aligning international standards with national tourism strategies, what we need to hear here today. And Randy will be discussing integrating global sustainability standards into national quality tourism strategies. Our next speaker is Dr. Shashank Vikram, the Consul General of India in Bali. He is a seasoned diplomat from the 2004 batch of the Indian Foreign Service. Dr. Vikram's career spans important roles, such as the Consul General in Durban and Birmingham, with significant contributions in Lisbon and Brasilia. His medical background and extensive diplomatic experience position him perfectly to discuss enhancing the Indian tourist experience in Indonesia through quality tourism initiatives. And our next speaker, our final speaker, we have Liz Ortiguera, Managing Director of Asia Pacific and Senior Advisor to the CEO at the World Travel and Tourism Council, with 25 years of experience in the travel industry, including 18 years at American Express and leadership roles in digital and travel startups. Liz is a leader in shaping global tourism. She will present on global leadership in quality tourism, best practices, and future directions for sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our speakers on stage. So you all have your microphones right behind you, and you might realize that we kind of started a little late, so we'll have to kind of cut down our time a little bit, but I'm sure that everyone's more than capable of delivering the message today. So we have around 15 minutes for everyone. If you could do that in 14, that will also be great, but we want to hear from you. We don't want to cut your time down, but we want to hear from you. So I guess we'll just go on, and later on we'll go straight to a Q&A with the audience. So if you do have a question, please prepare your questions, and you will be able to ask them to our speakers today. Let's dive into the presentations. You all have 15 minutes. Let's start with Ibu Winnie first. You'll be talking about integrating quality tourism into national policy. Just mind that you have a timer here if you want to keep track of how many minutes you still have left. Sure. Feel free to stand up there as well. Please.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Pak Odo, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to just thank you for this opportunity that actually at this event, we would like to present about some important issues in the tourism sector. Not only in the global context, but also in Indonesia. And then I will also share with you regarding to the concept of quality tourism and how Indonesia will mainstream the quality tourism into our national development planning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at this global achievement, the international arrivals reached 97% of 2019 levels in the first quarter of 2024. This reflecting that it is almost complete the recovery of our pre-pandemic numbers. And 285 million tourists traveled internationally in the first 3 months of 2024. And how about Indonesia's achievement in this context? In 2024, TTDI ranking shows Indonesia is in the position of 22nd in the world. We are going up 10 places from the previous ranking of 2021. This is actually a good achievement of Indonesia. Indonesia experienced high scores in the tourism sustainability dimension. The sustainability aspect is assessed from 3 main pillars: environmental sustainability, socio-economic impact, and demand sustainability. So this increase in ranking shows Indonesia tourism already successful in recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, and then it is putting also on the social welfare as a primary target. And how about the global challenges? As Pak Luhut mentioned, that we are actually facing the over-tourism. We are pressing on the multidimensional issue as well. And this is characterized by the perception of tourists and residents that a place resides with the excessive visitors. This phenomenon significantly diminishes the quality of life for residents and diminishes the visitor experiences. If you look at this number, tourism symptoms include a situation where visits exceed the destination capacity. It is over tourism, meaning that exceed the destination capacity, and sometimes we are facing that residents are angry, and then also tourists or visitors are miserable. So local governments have proposed tourism levies or entry fees to make visits more expensive, and thereby it's expecting to limit the number of people to come. The Indonesian challenge is that we have several tourism destinations starting to feel the over-tourism. For example, if you look at Bali, one of the most favorite destination is potential to face the over-tourism issues. Tourism development in Bali is concentrated in the Sarbagita area, Denpasar, Badung, Gianyar, Tabanan. As many as 75% of hotels, restaurants, and tourist attractions are located in the Sarbagita area. Based on the assessment of the 3 Bali key tourism area, it shows that Canggu shows an overload with high visitation and limited tourist flow management. Legian Seminyak, the number of visitors is very large and there is pressure on infrastructure or traffic is congested. Ubud has high tourism visitation, but it is still well managed. So to support the acceleration of quality tourism implementation, the Joint Secretariat for the Acceleration of Tourism Sector Development, we call it SECBER Pariwisata, initiated studies on quality tourism in 2020. Quality tourism consists of 4 pillars. First is basic competitiveness, which refers to the fundamental factors a destination must meet to become a competitive tourist destination. Secondly is sustainability, which involves factors that support the sustainability of the environment, such as cultural value, socio-economic value, historical and knowledge aspects of the destination. Thirdly, uniqueness encompasses the unique factors of destination that offer experiences rarely found in other destinations. Fourth is high value, which refers tourism activities can provide a high value aspect to tourists, supported by high value experiences, exclusivity of the products and services, personalization, and premium quality. So I will repeat that quality tourism consists of 4 pillars: basic competitiveness, sustainability, uniqueness, and high value. So the quality tourism framework was developed into an index that consider various standards such as Tourism and Travel Development Index, TTDI, also include environmental social governance or ESG, and also include other multinational commitments such as Sustainable Development Goals. So if you look at this, slide, quality tourism as a means of tourism contribution. The average tourist expenditure in Indonesia is around $1,200 per visit. The development of quality tourism requires an innovation to increase the added value in our tourism sector. Indonesia's tourism contribution to our GDP is targeted to increase to amount of 4.5% in 2024 to become 5% in 2029. And also, not only the increase of the contribution to the GDP, but also we are having a target to increase the spending from $1,180 per visit in 2019 to become $1,600 in 2029, which is equivalent to Thailand and Japan today. So in addition to increasing the added value of the tourism sector, the length of stay is also a concern of the government, that the length of stay of the visitors have to be increased, meaning that attractions have to be more varied. And also we have to make an innovative approach for travel pattern of the tourism activities that support to create economic value to the community. If you look at the sustainable iron tourism in Cape Breton, Canada, which is ranked 3rd best in Canada, behind Prince Edward Island and Vancouver Island. and many daily activities, programs such as culinary experiences and accommodation. Cape Breton's tourism strategy include determining and managing the carrying capacity of popular sites like the Cabot Trail, Cape Breton Highlands National Park, and other natural attractions. So they are focused on uniqueness, focus on quality tourism, and avoid over-tourism. So if you look at the project implemented by the Tourism and Entrepreneurship Laboratory at Hellenic Mediterranean University, which is creating a sustainable tourism observatory in Crete, Greece. The Crete Tourism Observatory project responsible for planning and implementation of applied research on issues of local and regional. Crete Tourism Observatory would have to ensure the construction, operability, and usability of a complete archive of data and information in Cretan tourism area. So what the Cretes do is actually to implement and to ensure the carrying capacity limits to prevent overcrowding and degradation in the area. Another example is medical tourism in Thailand, which is considered as a qualified tourism products and businesses. The Thai government have developed competitiveness strategies to make Thailand the medical center of Asia by developing a healthcare infrastructure, hotel, businesses, and also other supporting infrastructure to connect the supply chain system. So this is what we are now. We are actually right now have the forum in the middle of the special economic zone of Sanur, where the special economic zone of Sanur in this area is actually wellness and medical special economic zone, which is the first medical special economic zone or wellness special economic zone in Indonesia. So last but not least, I would like to emphasize on slide 8 that quality tourism policy is actually really in our long-term and medium-term national tourism policy direction in our long-term and medium-term planning document. Quality tourism is a part of our future development concept for tourism sector. And also in Indonesia's long-term plan, it is stated that the future tourism must address existing issues and challenges and also to avoid overcoming over-tourism and other complexity issues and uncertainty. We also focus on tourism management and also sustainable tourism with the goal that tourism sector will contribute 8% to the national GDP by 2045 and generate $100 billion in foreign exchange 2045. Indonesia has several strategies such as integrating international and domestic connectivity, innovating and diversifying attractions and in priority destinations, and strengthening tourism resources and promotion. Tourism should also prioritize quality over quantity. In our medium-term development planning, RPJMN 2025-2029, Indonesia now is being formulated a development strategy for quality tourism policy in our national medium-term planning document, or we call it RPJMN. Quality and sustainable tourism is developed by implementing the principle of blue, green, circular economy, including regenerative tourism. Building green infrastructure for basic infrastructure and tourism sport, strengthening inclusive supply chains, improving the government of tourism destination and industries, improving the competence of tourism human resources, and preserving the environment and culture, increasing preparedness for disaster risk, and also strengthening tourism financing mechanism and strengthening responsible marketing. So one on the strategic in the implementing quality tourism is through blue-green circular economy concept, which is prepared by the Ministry of National Development Planning and Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. This document is one of the guidelines for business actors in the tourism sector to be able to implement sustainable tourism by applying the principles of blue, green, and circular economic concept into the tourism destination and tourism activities and tourism sectors. BCGE uses three main elements: dimensions, criteria, and indicators, and these three elements are adopted from several relevant national and global standards. So, in BCGE dimensions and criteria, there is a sustainable resources, environmental conservation, environmentally friendly product design, environmentally friendly services, and also social inclusion and BCGE governance. Let me restate it before I close my presentation, that the Indonesian government are very committed to fostering a sustainable tourism in Indonesia. And we would like to define that the tourism sector in Indonesia need to be more competitive, sustainable, unique, and more high value added. Thank you very much, and let's join and shape a brighter for a better future for the beauty of the Indonesian tourism in the future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Winnie, for the insightful presentation. And we'll now moving on to Mr. Randy Durban, who will be sharing his insights on integrating global sustainability standards into national quality tourism strategies. Your 15 minutes are here, so please.
Salamat pagi. Good morning. Nice to be with you. I'll try to keep it inside 15 minutes. We'll do our best. I don't have PowerPoint. I'll talk. So it's lovely to be here, and I'm happy to see that in the name of this conference we talk about quality tourism. People often ask me, the definitions of sustainability. I like to say that, I've said it many times, that I hope that I live long enough that we stop using the word sustainable, that sometime in the near future, sustainable management of tourism simply becomes known as good management, because that's really what it is. So it's quality tourism, it's good management. Humanity hasn't done so well to control environmental degradation and the negative social issues from tourism and many other aspects of our lives, but we need to do a lot better. And when we do, hopefully future generations won't even need to use the words, because it's just integrated into all of our thinking, all of our processes, all of our systems. Speaking of people and processes and systems, the topic I'd like to discuss with you that's been mentioned is the harmonization of global standards to national standards. And along with that, say a few words about capacity and a bit about monitoring, measuring, and reporting, because they all blend together. And I'm going to just touch upon key themes here in the coming minutes, and tomorrow I'll speak again and bring out some of these ideas in a little bit more detail with some visuals. It's great to be back here. I have to say, it's only my second time to Bali, but I've been in Indonesia quite a bit, because from 2015 to 2019, we at GSTC worked very closely on harmonization of our global standard with the Indonesian national standard. And I have to take a moment to pay tribute to two gentlemen who are just dear friends. I haven't been in Indonesia since 2019, since before COVID. So on a personal level, it's wonderful to be back after the interruption of COVID-19 and all that. But I want to pay my personal respects to a great man, Igede Ardika, who was your former Minister of Tourism. I know many of you know him, such a wise man. I learned from him. I love the man, and I was sorry to hear of his passing a few years ago. And I'm missing here today my dear friend Pak Frans Teguh, who I know is still with us, but in poor health, not with us today. Anyone in the room who's close to Frans Teguh, kindly pass my warmest personal wishes and deep respect for his profound work. Both of them relate to the things I want to talk about, because we were working in those years in harmonization. Actually, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia owns a national standard for destinations that's based on the GSTC criteria. So before I talk about that and harmonization in general of national standards, I have to say a word about why the GSTC criteria for the organization that I lead are considered as credible global standards. So a word on that. In 2007, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and UNWTO, UN Tourism, created us. We're not in the UN. They created us as a separate nonprofit to continue their work. They had been working together for 3 years, those two UN agencies, to define sustainable tourism for the UN system based on the Millennium Development Goals. So all of our work, the foundation was the Millennium Development Goals, so it's easily mapped to the Sustainable Development Goals. That's our foundation. And again, our foundation is UN definition, so we're doing their work. And also the GSTC criteria have credibility because of the incredibly inclusive process we go through to create and revise them. We turn to public consultation. We spend more than a year to create each standard and nearly a year to revise it approximately every 5 years. So these are not standards in a committee. They're not Western standards. They're not a small group. We put out a massive call to all corners of the world, to public sector, private sector, academia, NGOs, and so forth. So the inclusivity is unmatched. Nothing comes anywhere close to that. So for those reasons, the UN Foundation, the SDG Foundation, and then the inclusive process to manage them, give them the great credibility. And Frans de Goo and others in the world have seen the value of that. So here we created that program. So when we were created then by those UN agencies, they wanted us not only to create global standards, but to help industry and government apply them in systematic ways. So that's a big part of our work. But also to help redefine sustainability. Because at that point, most people thought of sustainability purely as environmental issues. And our standards, the GSTC criteria, are based on the 4 pillars of good governance for sustainability, social issues, including community impacts, cultural issues to respect and preserve heritage, and to respect living culture, ethnic minorities, indigenous peoples, and of course the environment. So all of our work is based on those 4 pillars and that very definition. So one of the things we did in the early days is we created a program, a formal program, to designate a national standard as having compliance to our global standard. And think about it, it really provides the best of both worlds, that program where if your national standard is following the GSTC criteria, you're drawing from this global inclusion of what we mean in the definitions, so we're all speaking the same language and following the same attributes, but then you can add your national or localized context and make it a formal national program. And that's exactly what the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy did with us for several years. So that was on our destination criteria. We have standards for hotels, tour operators, destinations. The destination criteria serves for public policy and for guidance of management of a localized destination. And now we've recently created MICE criteria, and we're in the final stages of developing attractions criteria, and we'll do a few more subsectors. So that's who we are with the global standards. I would encourage you, I was also, the theme of this session really is about innovation. And I want to propose to you that the travel and tourism needs to innovate when it comes to applying standards and looking at award systems and certification. Everyone is confused on this issue for good reason. Nobody has ever really pulled in and controlled the wild, free market where people can just call themselves a certification body. When we talk to people in other sectors, they're just shocked to hear that there are entities around the world calling themselves certification bodies for green hotels that aren't certification bodies at all. They have no external review. Most of them are a guided self-assessment. Many of them are mediocre, some are bad, but yet we treat them all as the same. We think there's nearly 400 in the world. In agricultural products, for organic and fair trade agricultural products, they went from 5 to 4 some years ago, and the whole global community applauded. Yet nobody in this community of Travel and Tourism has worked to consolidate that, so it's an absolute mess, to be frank. And so we need to really look at that and stop using the term certification so loosely. There are programs that have low level of verification that are very important, but then a true certification really is only going to carry meaning if it follows international norms for what auditing and certification mean. This may seem arcane and bureaucratic and technical, but it's extremely important because what I want to say about it, the impacts of standards on capacity building and on measuring and reporting. Why do I say all that? Well, let's challenge ourselves also just in how we use the word standard. Standard is the words in the checklist of things that we include in what we mean that we need to work on in sustainability. But to really apply them, we really have to get good at monitoring, measuring, reporting. And we're not doing very well in travel and tourism on those fronts either. But it starts with capacity building. How many people in the organization truly know what sustainability is? If we did a survey of people in this room of what sustainability means, I think we'd get as many answers as people in the room. So first of all, you need some standards just to establish what it is we're talking about, and then start prioritizing what we're going to work on. So you have to really work on, first of all, what are those attributes? And then you have to prioritize, what are we going to monitor and report? Just think about the skill set that's required just to report. Even major big hotels in urban settings don't have a staff that are good at reporting. We don't have good universal measurement tools. Some of you may be aware of the World Sustainable Hotel Hospitality Alliance. It's a London-based organization of major brands. 15 years ago, they started developing a carbon measurement tool. And they, only a few years ago, hired a firm to calibrate it for carbon measurement, because in each country of the world, the national energy agencies measure and manage carbon and energy, I should say, differently. And to just even calibrate that one tool that they make available in the public space, in the public domain, free of charge, open source, had to be calibrated per country. Now we think maybe 30,000 hotels out of, the OTA's list of 1.5 million hotels in the world. So just even on carbon alone, we don't have a good measurement tool. And all the other attributes, we have to work on open source measurement tools. And it begins with, what is it we're measuring? So you have to put all these things together. So really putting a systematic program of measuring is absolutely, absolutely essential. Another thing that I think is lacking in our industry relates to my criticism of the word certification, how it's loosely used and overused. We need good verification systems. But you can't have verification until people are performing better, so you have to have capacity building through training. You have to have measurement systems and reporting systems, and they all flow from standards. But we can't stop at just standards. We have to move on to all those things of measuring and reporting skills and development. That's really our way out of being stuck, and I think many people are stuck. Where do we go? Where do we start first? We know we have to do something on carbon and this and that, but we just really need to develop systems and processes for improvement. Average length of stay needs to be measured better if we want quality tourism at the destination level. But the businesses really need help, and they need guidance on all of this. So tomorrow I'll talk a little bit more in detail about some other national programs, but here in Indonesia I mentioned the harmonization of our standard was with the destination criteria to help the ministry, help a number of emerging destinations in Indonesia develop their skills. We helped with some training and so forth on that. But there's enormous need and opportunity for national ministries to encourage industry to work in a harmonized way. And very quickly, I'll just mention a couple, and I'll draw out a little bit more detail tomorrow. The country of Turkey has done a remarkable job. They have set up a program where every hotel in the country, by the end of this month, which is now 2 days away, August 29, I think, they gave them 2 years. Every hotel in the country had to show a level of verification through an audit that they conform to 1/3 of the GSTC criteria. Actually, formally a national standard, harmonized with the GSTC criteria. But we need that process, that starter, To go all in on sustainability is just impossible for organizations large and small. They need guidance, they need priorities, they need training, they need skills development, but they need targets. So the Turkish government has set a target, say that 1/3 of the standard every hotel has to cover by the end of this month. Then they'll have 2 years to show evidence of compliance to 2/3 of the GSTC criteria for hotels. And then by 2030, they want every hotel in the country to be fully certified. So think of what that has to happen in all those years. We have facilitated and capacitated an army of trainers through the big country of Turkey in the Turkish language to go in an affordable way to go teach hotels how to be more sustainable in their native language. So they're all improving, they're learning how to do better, they're learning how to report. That's a skill set. And it has to be done gradually. And then they've got 2 years to do 2/3 of the standard, and then they've got more years to go to 100%. So if we feel stuck, it's for good reason, or you're not alone. The whole world is stuck. And the way out is to have a methodical plan to say, let's take this in stages. Let's prioritize the things we're going to work on. We're going to work on plastics. We're going to work on waste management. We're going to work on water. We're going to work on carbon, whatever they are, on social issues, labor practices, whatever. Set our targets and work on those piece by piece, gradually over the course of time. I'll also talk a bit about Singapore with a remarkable program. Now, Singapore has the money to do this. They subsidize certification and they subsidize worker training. But the Turkish model is very interesting in terms of the whole financial model as well that encourages all that. And one final comment on Turkey is that their certification of hotels is probably the most rigorous in the world, and it's also one of the least expensive because they require it, they mandate it, so we can create a mechanism and an apparatus that's at scale that we can do high quality review and encouragement to improvement at an affordable way. So more tomorrow. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to Q&A, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durban. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Durban. Moving on, we're moving to Dr. Vikram, who'll be talking about how can Indonesia's tourism sector effectively communicate its commitment towards quality tourism to Indian tourists, and what kind of messaging is most successful. You have 15 minutes, which will be coming up in a second now. So please, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And it's indeed an honor to be here and to be able to share my thoughts on this subject. Today morning when I was coming for this conference, I was thinking, in what way can I contribute to this conference? And there were also many questions in my mind. So I must say that many of those questions have been answered when I heard the speech of Honorable Minister Luhut and then of the Deputy Minister, because most of the things I feel which were in my mind, the government of Indonesia is already focusing on them and working. Second thing was that, the most of the stakeholders I see here are either the domain expert or from the government side. And I come from a different side. I come from the side of the people who are receiving the hospitality you are providing. So Indian tourists in Indonesia, and I would say in Bali, are now the second largest foreign tourists. And this number is increasing at a very sharp rate. So just in April this year, 2024, we had 44,198 tourists coming from India. And in May, it was 66,400. So you can see between 2 months, there was approximately a growth of 50%. It has a market share of 12.19% in May 2024, and cumulative total of around 218,629 visitors from January to May this year alone. So we are easily looking at a very high number of Indian tourists when we will calculate this data in the end of 2024. And if you can see, this rise is not just after COVID recovery. it is much more than the numbers which we had even before COVID was. So Bali, in particular, and Indonesia in general, has become a tourist destination, which is one of the favored destinations for Indian tourists when they go abroad. And we see lot number of them coming here. And when I see at Indian tourists coming here, we generally find, but this is one of the important factors also, that since December till here, for the first time, we have 2 direct flights between India and Bali, which is one is coming from Bangalore and one is coming from Delhi. And anybody who tries the Delhi flight will know that it is always full. So they are doing good business, and it is also in the works that it is possible that we will have 2 more flights coming to Bali by the end of this year. So the direct connectivity, which was never there, it is there. And this is, as you know, it's a private enterprise, it's a business. So if it is happening, it means there is demand, and there is a strong demand for it. Now, when we look at Indian tourists coming to Bali, I have seen that there are generally 3 kinds. One is the individual tourist or the families which come on vacations, and they go around and they indulge in different kind of activities. And they are largely confined to, the usual tourist itinerary which is provided, and which is basically going to the beaches, going for the adventure sports, in Bali, to temples, because there is a strong cultural connect on that angle with India, and also different places here. But this is one kind of tourism which I feel Indian tourists going anywhere generally do. But Bali is now emerging also as one of the preferred destination for Indian industries and corporate sector for MICE events. So, it is, I am in touch with a lot of travel agents and people who approach my office and who are in touch. So it is expected that around 12 to 15 Indian MICE events happen every month in Bali. And these events run for 3 to 4 days, and with an average of around 200 people. They say it varies between 100 to 400, so I just took a safe average of 200. And the second thing which has also become very popular, as you know, we Indians, we love big fat weddings. Many of you would have recently seen on TikTok and all, we had a big fat wedding back home in India. Now in Bali also that's happening. And average is around 5 big Indian weddings in Bali every month. And here the guest numbers goes up to 500. Now this is, I feel, a unique opportunity, because here when groups come in this large number, firstly they have a set itinerary and they are kind of regulated groups. Secondly, so much revenue gets generated for vendors across the board, because these are going to take big hotels, they are going to engage taxis, they are going to go to places. Of course, so much of catering and food requirement is there. Even for the artist in Bali, there is so much to perform and engage. So I feel as we go forward and as government looks into kind of maintaining the quality, and I completely agree that for maintaining the quality of tourism, it is important that the tourist experience of an individual tourist remains good. And for that, there is a need to put regulations in place. But as and when that happens, it should be kept in mind, like the groups like these are actually there. They are the ones who are providing high quality, high cost tourism to the economy and the people. And we should be found to see how this could be promoted. Then, of course, as the tourism is rising here from India, we also see that there is a rise in, suddenly there is a steep rise in Indian restaurants in Bali. And that is very welcome. But I feel that that also needs to be done, especially, if it is not Indian, a vegetarian food is a good option, because many of them are vegetarians. So, and if it could also be there in other places other than Bali. I recently visited Labuan Bajo and had meetings with the stakeholders there. So there I found that if there could be more Indian restaurants, it would be a good business, and also it will help in diverting some traffic from Bali to the other spots in Indonesia. Now, since the whole conference is about the quality tourism, so I would start with how should we help in that. So I have visited quite a few universities in this area, and I know that many students are actually studying about tourism. They are in different courses which will actually, then they will join tourism industry in its different segments. I think at that level maybe, there should be, now because Indian tourists are the a big number, it would be good that there is some cultural sensitization about the normal ways in which, Indians greet, Indians behave, likings, dislikings. It's very normal. And I know that we are very accommodative to this. In whichever country you go, depending upon the demand, they will always try to have something which is culturally more appropriate for the incoming guests. So if in the colleges it is taught so that they understand it better, it will be good. Secondly, I feel that, while if you go to a tourist place in Bali, it is easy to find a translator in Spanish or even Italian, but it will be hard to find one speaking Hindi. And I feel it's very important because Hindi is a link language of India, one of our official languages, but it's kind of link language. So Indians more or less understand Hindi now. So if that could be, even, if we go in any country, even if we say hello in the local language, the people are very happy. So even if some few sentences, some few understanding of Hindi, that will help in understanding. Second, of course, personalized services, the tailoring travel packages and concierge service that cater to Indian preferences. Then I will just go for some recommendations. And now these recommendations come from two sides. One is, of course, I am the Consul General here, so I always receive the bad news. Nobody bothers when it is a good news, but when somebody is in distress, we get a call. So we look it from that angle. Secondly, of course, in my 20 years of experience in civil service, for 1 year, I was there is the largest state in India, it's called Uttar Pradesh, UP, where Taj Mahal is, in case, for those who have visited. This is the most populous state in India and the largest destination when it comes to domestic tourism in India. So, about a decade back, I was the managing director of tourism of Uttar Pradesh. So, from my experience there and from my experience here, being again at a place where tourism and the entry from India from tourist angle is very important, I would just like to make some recommendations. One is that invest in staff training to improve the understanding of Indian customs and preferences. Second, develop and promote culturally relevant travel packages and experiences, because many Indian tourists, especially this middle class India which comes, they are not all of them are actually into adventure sports, though that's mostly for young people. They will look for more culturally engaging things. And if packages are like that, it will help more. And the third thing is that, there is a language barrier, because obviously Bhasha is the language spoken here, and in India, people speak many different languages. It will be very good if we can establish a toll-free helpline, which is basically a very simple number, like you have 100 or 999 in other countries, where any tourist in need, and it may not only be emergency line, it can be a call center diverting the calls. And it could be, if you are somewhere and you want to know where I could find a taxi, or where I can find a hospital, or if I'm in this emergency, I have had some bad experience, how can I report to the police, or so many different things. Such a toll-free line, would be good, because I know that there are different ways and there are different numbers, but having one unified number in multiple languages. That would be a good step and will also give an immediate sense of relief to the tourists who are in distress. Because we all know that when you are in distress, just having WhatsApp chat is not enough. You actually would like to call and talk to someone. Somebody should hear you out, which I feel is something which can be easily done. So I would recommend for that. Secondly, recently, we also have been having many cases of medical emergencies, especially for the people who do adventure activities on the seaside, whether it's swimming or snorkeling and things like that. So one very common thing which is done in emergency medical response is that if we can have the installation of AEDs, they are for the emergency resuscitation of the people. And it could be done at least at the popular tourist spots, like the beaches in Canggu, in Kuta, and places like that. So it would bring immediate medical relief for the people. And of course, enough training of the lifeguards there and even the community there so that they can help the people in need. Because we all know, and I think we just saw a thing which was talking about, we saw a picture about the traffic congestion in Bali. And I live in Renon, and if somebody invites me for a dinner in Canggu, I'm very apprehensive whether I should go there or not, because I know it is a 3 to 4 hour job. So in the case of medical emergency, that golden hour is very precious. So if immediate medical help on the spot is available, is known to the local community, is known to the coconut seller there, then that will give enough time for that ambulance which is waiting through a traffic to come take that person to the hospital. So that is one suggestion. Traffic congestion, of course, is there, and I'm sure government is trying, and we have heard about the various things which are being done. So I hope it gets resolved. Now, for the travel agencies, recommendations will be to collaborate with Indonesian tourism providers to create customized packages, enhance marketing efforts to highlight tailored experiences, and find for joint collaboration. Last but not the least is the sustainable and responsible tourism. I feel and I have been in Bali for 8 months now, I arrived in January. And when you go around Bali, you see that here the local people, they make such excellent sustainable products. And most of them are used in ceremonies and they use it for themselves largely. But such nice, and on the other hand, we have a plastic ban, but there is plastic available everywhere. So I feel these are the small steps, and tourists will be very happy if they are told that this is how it works here. So I feel if there could be a stronger effort to curb the single-use plastic usage and replacing it with sustainable products which are made by the local community. This will not only increase one more revenue source for the people, but would also stop something which we all know is harmful. Second thing is responsible tourism. I think, as Honorable Minister also mentioned, that Bali is not Bali just because of its sand and beaches. There are beaches in many places in the world. Bali is Bali because of its unique culture. So it is important that any tourist coming to Bali is sensitized about it. Now you have people coming from all across the world who don't understand the local language. They are here for 3-4 days to have some party or relax. They don't know about the local culture. They may actually do things which may be considered insensitive, but they may not know what better to do. So maybe some campaign to make people more aware, some online information or some kind of popular, I would say, advisory or something on the major tourist spots, that what would be appreciated if you do more like this in Bali. So that is all, and I think I've already finished my time and he's staring at me, so thank you so much. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vikram. Let's give a round of applause. I was only staring because the story was very interesting. Thank you. So, moving on to Ms. Liz Ortiguera, who will be talking about global leadership in quality tourism. Time is yours. You have 15 minutes. Check.
Okay. I won't use the podium because I'm too petite for that. I'll be hidden. First of all, I'm Liz Ortiguera of World Travel and Tourism Council, or also known as WTTC. And I'm very honored to be here with you today. I've been coming to Bali for 28 years, and I feel very fortunate after my many trips here to Bali over the years. I do feel like I've seen real Bali, and I have a deep love and respect for the culture, and I hope more tourists can appreciate it in a deeper way than maybe some have had a chance recently. So I'm really happy to be part of this initiative. So as WTTC, we're considered the voice of travel. We represent the largest corporates globally. So 200 of the largest travel corporations are our members. And we were formed basically for the purpose of sharing with people, sharing with governments and the public the importance of our industry, and we promote responsible travel. So we're in a position where we can share best practices, and I feel very lucky with my work and my travels. I've had a chance to see some best practices in different markets. And you know, one thing about sustainability and responsible travel is don't be intimidated by perfection. Every destination, every country has its challenges, but the important thing is progress. So don't worry about perfection, drive progress, and I think that's an opportunity. So I've been asked today to speak about, to share in this session about a few best practices. So first, learning from success stories in quality tourism. And there are many. I would even share, you know, with other audiences some of the practices you have here in Bali, but I'll mention a few that I've seen recently that I feel are great examples. Last year, we hosted our global summit in Rwanda. Now, you might wonder, what can Asia learn from an African country? Rwanda is actually extraordinary. They came from a period of darkness and genocide, and they have emerged, and the nickname is they're the Singapore of Africa. So visiting there, it's quite amazing. Now, one global best practice, I had the privilege of traveling with a team from Cornell University. And they were doing a business school case study about Rwanda's guerrilla tourism and how it really is a world-class example. Now, their gorillas were actually on the verge of extinction. They only had a population of about 250 in 1990, but Rwanda basically designed a program in the last 10 to 15 years that basically focused on high-value, low-impact tourism. The gorillas are very protected. The price is premium. So guerrilla tourism in other countries in Africa might be, let's say, $500. They charge a much higher premium in Rwanda, but for good reason. The money goes back to guerrilla conservation. The money goes into the community and the development boards. So it's really a conservation-first approach. So they've been able to lift their gorilla population out of extreme risk up to a population of 1,000 and growing. So this is a great example where it's regenerative. You can really, with good design and intelligent marketing, you can basically transform and drive tourism to support your local needs. Second one, which is near and dear to my heart. For the past 15 years or so, I've worked with a charity in Cambodia, and this is a charity hotel and restaurant school. It's a tiny one in Siem Reap. It takes 150 students a year, but from the poorest of the poor families. These are students that come, sleep on a straw mat, have a broken roof to their bamboo hut, or really, their family makes less than $1 a day. So we're able to basically, it's the most efficient means, and this is what travel can do. This is what travel for good can do. It really is an amazing engine for jobs creation and poverty alleviation. But you need to give that opportunity to the poorest of the poor. So this school, little school, within 11 months, basically, over 20 years, we get 100% rate of employment. We do partnerships with 12 or so of the local 3- and 4-star hotels. And these students, some of whom have never seen a bed, have never seen a washing machine, they're basically employed then in 4- and 5-star hotels. And it's been so successful that the hotels say to us, can you also create a graduate program? And so this is what travel can do. Another great practice that I saw, and this was when I was actually on a holiday in Portugal. They have this lovely program, and it translates to, so you'll see around the city, shops with this logo. And it translates to shops with history. So the backbone of travel and tourism is SMEs. And, you know, part of the heart of it is really preserving the culture, the history, and those SMEs that reinforce that. So with this program, the government actually gives financial support, legal support, and promotional support. So this helps you continue your traditions and your culture if you preserve the shops that are progressing on this. The role of the private sector. Of course, it's very critical in terms of driving quality and sustainable tourism. One of our key members is Intrepid. They have an office here. I happened to see them on the drive from the airport. And they have, if you look at their history, you know, they have been a pioneer in terms of ecotourism. And I had recently had the benefit of reading their annual report. They're a B corporation, so this is a very principled company that provides small group tours, and they want to see positive change. They want to be a contributor. Now, Intrepid, you know, I would say is a great example of the power of profit and purpose. And it's instilled in the mission and the execution of everything they do. Next, I'll talk about hotel sustainability basics. This is WTTC's entry-level program to sustainability. It's designed for even small independent properties to get a start in sustainability. And this was really ideated and has been advocated by two corporates, Jinjiang Hotel Group out of China and Radisson. And they not only have embraced it within their properties, they've also been advocating it in the region. So this particular program was designed by WTTC by the industry for the industry. So it emphasizes the role that private enterprise can play. Fostering public-private collaboration for sustainable tourism growth. There are many, we really can't accomplish and achieve quality, responsible tourism without public-private partnerships. TAT, for example, just last week, they announced a 3rd edition of One for Nature. So they have continually had programs that reinforce the importance of responsible tourism. Costa Rica, they have a program reinforced by the government, certification for sustainable tourism, a commitment to renewable energy, and payment for environmental services plan, as well as a commitment to community-based tourism programs. And then lastly, this is the destination I live in. And I will admit this, you know, I've lived in Singapore for 18 years now. It has not been the most sustainable destination. You know, it has been late in coming to recycling, for example. But I have to say, when the Singapore government puts their mind to something, they accomplish it. So what I've seen is a transformational change in the last 2 to 3 years. I know they're partnering with Randy and his organization in terms of their commitment to GSTC destination criteria. And they've made a strong commitment to support sustainable aviation. About 6 months ago, they made a dramatic, they issued a landmark sustainable air blueprint plan. And part of that commitment is that every flight that leaves Singapore in 2025 needs to have at least 1% fraction of sustainable aviation fuel. So this is an important, while that fraction is small, the significance of requiring it is big. So this is the first country in the region that's made that significant a commitment. As well, and as Randy mentioned, in terms of their hotel sustainability roadmap, the government is supporting the industry in terms of achieving a goal of 60% of the rooms having certified sustainability criteria. And so the importance of having public and private cooperation is huge. With that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Otegera. Very interesting. If Mr. Purbaya also mentioned what Pak Luhut likes to say, it's not just talk. We have to implement. So you've shown how implementation has taken place and the benefits for those respective places. So I think we have around 15 minutes to take some questions from the floor. If you do have a question, please do raise your hand. I think we could have around 2 or 3 within the main time that we have, the 15 minutes. Raise your hand anytime. We'll try to go to you. But before that, I think if I do have time, I'd like to ask a few questions as well to our speakers. Starting off to Winnie, it's interesting to know that our government is committed into increasing quality tourism here in Indonesia. But what would you say has been the hardest sector? Because as what we've heard here, it's not just the government, it's not just the private sector. It has to take part everywhere, even in the trainings of the people who are involved, the stakeholders in probably the hotels or tourism areas. It starts from regulations as well. To implement an international standard, has there been an area where that has been most difficult to do? Especially, let's give Bali as for an example, Winnie.
Thank you for the question. That's true, because there's actually some challenges that we would like to apply the international standard. But the thing is that it has to be a collaborative effort. Because you know, we have to build awareness at the first place. Awareness, the importance of you know, applying the international standard sustainability aspect. Because some people still not aware of it. Because some people still, you know, think that the more people come, the better.
Yeah.
But the thing is that for the time being, that everyone believes that the more quality of tourism is the better, not the more quantity of tourism is the better.
But
right
that's
now.
growing slowly. So.
Exactly. So meaning that there have to be like a transition period, because we cannot just have a sudden change.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to have sudden change, and it is impossible to have sudden change. But the thing is that that's why we always we are trying to get a collaborative effort, and we also, when we are building the index of quality tourism, that also involving many agencies. And the thing is that also not only the government, not only the private sectors, but the community itself have to be aware of it. So the quality of tourism is much more important right now than only rely on the quantity of the tourism.
Yeah. Having a communication background, it's hard for me to not try to see it from the point of view of the people involved, the people in that area where tourism occurs. And you can't really implement something if they don't believe in it, right? That's what you've said. So even if we make those regulations, even if we apply those international standards, Mr. Durban, if the people don't really understand or unmotivated by why should I do this, why should we be serious in it, why should I take this training and so on, why should I learn Hindi, as Dr. Vikram explained, if they don't feel that need, we can't really make that change. So what has been implemented in trying to make it come from both sides, regulation sides or those who are in the industry side, and also from the people involved realizing, trying to make them realize that this is beneficial for them?
You're looking at me.
Yes, I am looking
Best
at
practices
you. So,
in the
best
world.
practices internationally, that's what I
Best
want.
practices we've seen in the world in both development and on community buy-in,
Yeah.
they're related, is you have to engage with the community. You have to get them involved in development, and you have to get them involved in understanding the impacts of tourism. If you're a citizen, a resident of a community, and you're not directly involved in tourism, you're annoyed.
Yeah, true.
But then when you're informed that, hey, that tax revenue paid for that new hospital, and improved that road, and it improved education for your child, when that information is known, then there's buy-in. So you just really need community information flowing in all ways about the benefits of tourism. We know, just be honest, we know there's some annoyances. That's life, you know, there's people in your way. But, you know, understanding the benefits. But on the development side, all the best things happen with engagement. And this is something we feel strongly about too. A success factor for development is people in the Department of Tourism locally or Ministry of Tourism that have stability and stay for a long time. You had the example of Cape Breton in Canada. In Western Canada, there's an area in British Columbia. They spent 5 years developing a bicycle, converted an old rail trail to bicycle and hiking. Took them 5 years just to get all the permits from all the native people, the First Nation people. And the program was this tremendous success. Small businesses selling ice cream and bicycle repair and inns, and a tremendous success. And it took years to develop. And because the community was involved in the development, the community, you know, understands all the challenges. I mean, that's a little bit of a dramatic example, but I think you get my point. Communication.
Yeah, but that's very
If I
important.
could add to what he said,
Okay.
and also to what I said, that what Indonesia now trying to do to shift to the quality tourism, one way that we do is that to change the development indicators. Because in previous time, in our planning document, we put the number of visitors and tourists in our, you know, performance indicator or development target.
Exactly, that's the indicator
Yeah,
in the
because
past.
of that indicator that people are trying to achieve the more people
Higher
to come
numbers, higher
and that one.
numbers,
Now we are shifting to the number, not number of tourism or visitors anymore, and we are now trying to put the length of stay and also the number of, you know, the amount of spending of the tourism per visit. And also meaning that we would like to have a better contribution to our economy. We would like to have a more multiplier effect to our economy rather than only the number. If there is 100 people come but without any spending, we better have like 50 people, but they have spent more.
And they have a responsible stay. Dr. Agera, you have something to add about the communication with the people?
To your question around how do you engage the staff and the people, I heard an amazing testimonial recently that I want to share. About 6 months ago, I presented our Hotel Basics program to about 800 hotel leaders in India. And one of the CEOs came up to me, and he's the CEO of a small boutique chain. You might know them, GRT Hotels. And he came up to me and said, I want to implement your program. I said, okay, you know, and I hear that a lot. Then a few months later, he contacted me, and he said, it's done. And I was surprised, because 20 hotels, 22 hotels, that's a bit fast. And he presented to me, and he said, at first when I told my team about these 12 criteria, they said, why do we have to do this? Why, you know, we have a hotel on the lake. Why do we have to monitor our water usage? We have plenty of electricity. Why do we need to monitor that? He said they were questioning it. And then he saw a shift, and he said, then they realized, and he said, he told me, Liz, you're right, it's a mindset change. And now he says they're so passionate about it. And they even took it further. He told me that they converted some of their hotel rooms to botanical rooms.
Wow.
And filled, you know, they embraced the whole green concept. And then he also told me, you know, one of the statistics I presented that I thought might be controversial was that in India, there are only 12% women in travel and tourism in salaried jobs, in the formal jobs. He took that statistic and he said, I realize I only have 10% women on my staff. I increased it to 20%. Now we make sure that there's always a woman on duty. And, I thought that was amazing. So, I think it is a mind shift change, especially Gen Z millennials. They will enter hotels and look for green elements.
Yeah.
And if you don't have it, you're going to look outdated. You'll be as outdated as, in the 70s, they had plastic covered furniture. It'll be like that.
Yeah. We can't use that anymore in our living room. So if there are any questions, please do raise your hands. We still have around 7 minutes to answer your questions. Anyone from the table? I think table number, I can't see your number there. We see hands risen in the back. Somebody could please bring them a microphone. Yeah. So I think we'll take 2 first. So this gentleman here and the one lady right in front of him then. Yes, later on we go to that lady. Please mention your name, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Om Swastiastu. I'm Wisnu Arimbawa from GD Tour Indonesia. It's so pleased to be here in this International Conference of Quality Tourism. It's very interesting when we talk about quality tourism for Ibu and maybe the other speakers also. We most of the time concerning to the spending power that she just mentioned it. To be honest, in the village tourism, or we call it desa wisata, we have some young travelers. They are actually even backpackers. They don't spend a lot in terms of money, but they mingle and helping the locals a lot in terms of out of money. I mean, they will stay in our homestay. They will teach local for English, for example, and then they take our young and student in the village to do collecting plastic rubbish in the village while they are doing a village trekking. There is a concept of not about spending power only, but also about how to implement the green tourism, the sustainable tourism, involving the locals, they helping the locals. Even they learn about Balinese dance lesson, and also gamelan, the traditional gamelan, the traditional instrument of Bali. But they are not only focusing on spending. On that kind of experience that we have with our customer who visiting desa wisata or tourist village, what is the speaker's feedback or comments about this? Because quality tourism is not 100% identically with the spending power. Thank you.
Thank you, Wisnu. One more question from the lady in front of us, Wisnu. If you may just, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tehti Nebaho, coming from Lake Toba, Samosir Regency. We are coming far away from Lake Toba to Bali. My question, I sent my question to Mrs. Amalia. We do really agree about length of stay and spending. In 2023, Samosir has the number of visitors around 1 million, but they're spending still 1,500,000 rupiah, so it's still very low. Hopefully, in national policy, you will have program to support Lake Toba as a super priority destination in Indonesia, especially in educate human resources around Lake Toba, because the big problem is not infrastructure in Lake Toba, but the mindset of human resources in Lake Toba and surroundings. The second, this is my request, not question. Sorry, to Mrs. Amelia, after we read together the 8 mission of our president, from 8 missions, no one of the missions mentioned about the tourism. So we really hope that in your new document for RPJMN, hopefully you will include about tourism, especially in super priority destination in Indonesia. And the second is my request, our request from Lake Toba to Mr. Randy and Mrs.
Atigera.
Miss Liz. be our guide to establish sustainable tourism in Lake Toba. Actually, there is one village in Lake Toba, we call it Silimalombu village. It was visited by Maxi McQueen in 2020 as the best village. She has the tagline, how to survive without money and paperless and zero rubbish. But it is very hard for her to empower or to influence the people around. So be our guide and please help us, please support us, Samosir Island especially. Maybe you can send us some academics here or maybe your partner to accompany us, to support us, to guide us how to implement sustainable tourism and also quality tourism. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ito Naibaho. I couldn't get her first name, but because we're saying Batak, so I could catch her family name. So I also came from Lake Toba, a destination you must go to, a very beautiful destination. Yet, as she has mentioned, that there's a lot to do in Lake Toba to actually make it a super destination. It is already a super priority, but more work to be done, especially in educating the people there. So all the questions actually go to Winnie, so they're very popular for questions, but please, to all speakers, you may jump in at any time, just let me know, and I will give you the time. We have only more than 1 minute, a little more than 1 minute, so Winnie, interesting quality tourism, not only measured through their spending, but we have quality tourists who actually want to take part in the daily lives, who do not, create damage or actually take part in sustaining the environment at where they are. How do we measure this, and what is your feedback on this, Buwini?
Yeah. Thank you very much. For number one question, actually you are right, that to measure the quality of tourism is not only from the indicator of spending. That's why spending, indicators of spending of the tourists is actually only one of the many indicators that we are now using in our medium-term development plan and also in our long-term development plan. That's why when I presented previously, in this session, that I also introduced about the index of quality tourism that was developed together, involving not only the Ministry of National Development Planning, but also the Central Bank of Indonesia, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Then we developed the indicators to measure the quality tourism in Indonesia. That is actually adopted not only the spending, but also there's some aspects that I explained during my presentation, including the uniqueness, sustainability aspects, and also a social aspect as well. So meaning that when you are talking about desa wisata, how that tourism activities can really impactful not only to the economic impact, but also social and environmental impact, that is actually the basic concept of quality tourism. And also for the second question.
Focusing on Lake Toba and also could you provide more education there as a super priority tourist?
Yeah, of course, because we know that there is like different challenges between developing tourism destination from one place to another. We know that the challenges that we are facing when we're developing Borobudur area and Toba, Danau Toba area is you know it, and that create different challenges. For example, we developed Toba is a very beautiful area, and people really want to come to Toba area. The challenge is that the social community acceptance of the people, the behavior. So meaning that that challenges. I agree with you that the challenges have to be really solved by education, training, improving the skills, how to treat tourists, right? How to become more polite and how to really become friendly to tourism. So I think education is actually really important. And then several years ago, until this year, the government provide intervention through, you call it dana alokasi khusus, what would you call it? In English, special allocation
Allocated
fund.
funds, yeah.
A special allocation fund for tourism, which is directed to Toba area.
Yep.
And then one of the component of that special fund, special allocation fund, is to also improve the skills and to do some capacity building for the people, especially the community. We agree that the homework from one destination to another destination is different.
Yep.
Bali, we don't need that kind of education, but we need to improve the sustainability aspect, right? And so another challenges of Bali is there is a disparity between northern part of Bali and southern part
Yes.
of Bali. You know, the tourism is really congested in southern part of Bali, but we still have a lot of opportunities that we have to distribute tourism activities across northern part of Bali. So I think we already identified the challenges in each destination, and the intervention also will be a specific intervention to each destination according to the need of each destination.
Okay, so Ms. Naibaho also reached out to Liz and also Randy. So how can they receive your guidance? Liz, would you want to start first?
Well, I would share that if you go to the WTTC website, there's lots of free information there. And, you know, I'll share, there are two resources. One, prior to this role, I was the CEO of PATA. And if you go to the PATA website, I had launched with the team Tourism Destination Resilience Training Program. It's free. This will teach all stakeholders how do you take good care and how do you prepare your destination to thrive even when there are impacts. So go there, that's free, and then tomorrow I'll share a QR code. Cornell University has a training program. It is paid, a few $100s, but it is also about destination management, managing your destination as an asset. And so, you know, there are lots of resources. What I find is there's a lot of knowledge out there, but it takes action. Take the first steps. Don't be intimidated. Take the first steps.
So now they have that information and they could access that.
So on the first question, I agree with everything Whitty has said, but I just want to build upon it. In our work globally, we hear the constant question, you know, do we charge more at a destination to get quality tourists? And I don't really support that idea of charging more. You know, having a fund, then people question, well, what's the money used for? And then you lower trust with the government when there's a fund. That money should be invested in, if you're going to add any taxes or anything for tourists, put the money into development to really extend the length of stay. If there's one thing a destination should simplify their management on, it's measure and study length of stay. Because everything flows from that. The longer a visitor stays, not only are they spending more money, they're spending more money with more people. There's more social fairness. If they come for a short time, they do TripAdvisor's top 2 or 3 things. If they stay another day, they're doing TripAdvisor's top 4 or 5 things. The longer they stay, the more the community benefits, so you're spreading out the economic benefit. There's more dispersion of where they are, so there's less environmental degradation because, you know, those visitors are more places. So, you know, the idea of charging a fee and going into a fund, I don't think those work so well. But maybe charging certain taxes that then go to specific development projects that disperse the visitor, that create more for them to do. And something that destination managers always don't think of is that sometimes we think we have to create another attraction that has an admission gate and draw money there. But if you have some kind of popular hiking trail or something, then there's no admission, but it encourages people to increase the average length of stay so we get more restaurant, you know, income and overnight and hotels and taxes and so forth. Then think broadly about all that to lengthen the stay.
Dr. Vikram, you want to add?
I would just like to add to his point. See, charging people for entry in a place from, being part of civil service in my country, I would say, no, it works two ways. One is, of course, if you charge something for entry to a place, it is going to act as some kind of filter for those whom that money is important. So you are actually attracting people who can pay at least that much charge and come.
Yeah.
Of course, that charge, I would suggest, should not be prohibitive. Second thing is that, if you add it with the length of stay angle to it or the spending into it. So like, as I was suggesting, that if you have larger groups, like the people who are having in MICE tourism, those who are doing big conferences, or the people who are doing, like we were talking about Indian weddings, you have 500 guys coming in one group with 20 chefs and all that. So when that increases, then you should have also a way of decreasing it. Like if you are these many days and this kind of package, then don't charge the same fees as you will charge from an individual. Because then that financial burden on that group increases. And that may create more problem, because corporates and big events like this, for that some amount will matter. Otherwise, for an individual tourist, I don't think so that we all, when we go to Europe or somewhere, we all pay city taxes with our hotel rooms and nobody minds it.
Yeah.
So it goes on. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, I guess this is why this is the first session, I guess, because I'm sure they have more questions with them. But of course, we'll hear more in the following sessions today, in session 2 and 3, and also in tomorrow. So you may ask your questions later on, but please join me in thanking all our speakers here today, Buini, Mr. Ruben, Dr. Vikram, and also Liz. Thank you very much for your time. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. We'll be hearing more from them in the course of our events today and tomorrow. I think we have a photo session with all our speakers. If you may please rise and probably stand in front of the table here.
Thank you so much to our moderator as well as all of the panelists on the first plenary session. Once again, thank you so much to Mrs. Amalia, Mr. Randy Durban, Dr. Shashank, and also Mrs. Liz Ortiguera, as well as the moderator, of course, for our first plenary session. Thank you so much once again for a very fruitful session that we have during the first plenary session. You may now return back to your seat. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first plenary session, and once again today we're going to have 3 plenary sessions in total, so we have 2 more sessions after this, of course, after we have a short break for lunch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our lunch venue, we would like to once again use this opportunity to inform you that the first International Quality Tourism Conference is initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. And this event is powered by Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS and supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. So please join me in giving a round of applause to all of our generous sponsors of this event. Thank you so much for the support. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to enjoy the lunch, which are already served at the foyer area. Please also stop by at the exhibition area once you enjoying the lunch, because there are some interesting programs and also interesting things offered in the booth area. So we're going to return back to this ballroom shortly at 1 p.m. Bali time, because we're going to continue to the second session, which will discuss about the industry role in implementing the quality tourism. I believe this is a very important session because the panelists on this session will be also very interesting, and also all of them are also the experts. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch, and once again, please stop by the exhibitions area as well. Enjoy, bon appetit, selamat makan, selamat siang. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For your information, we will start the second session immediately after this. Therefore, for those who already finished their lunch, please kindly return back to your seat. And we will start again sharply at 1 p.m. local time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to return back to the ballroom and please kindly take your seat as we will now continue to the second plenary session. Once again, may we have your attention please, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we will continue with the next agenda on the first International Quality Tourism Conference. We would like to invite everyone to please kindly return back to this ballroom. Let's settle back and continue with the second plenary session. Thank you.
Wireless sudah boleh dihidupin belum?
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return back to your seat as we will now start the second plenary session. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the first International Quality Tourism Conference. I believe that everyone has now enough energy to continue to the next session, as on the second session we will discuss further regarding the role of the industry on implementing the quality tourism. And as we have the whole stakeholders joining us for this conference, so we do hope that we will gain a lot of insightful information and also views during the second plenary session. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome back our moderator for the second plenary session. So once again, welcome back to the stage. This is Timothy Marbun. Please give a round of applause to Timothy Marbun, our moderator. And he will be our moderator for the whole day. So yes, I will now leave the floor to the moderator, please.
Thank you, Dia. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. As I talked to a very short talk with our speakers, they believe it's going to be a hard session since everyone just had their lunch. But I entrusted them that most of you had more protein than carbohydrates. So you should feel better after eating your lunch. So I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. That was a traditional Balinese cuisine served there. So welcome back to our second session for the first International Quality Tourism Conference 2024. We're going to shift our focus here this afternoon on the critical role that industries play in implementing quality tourism across ASEAN +3. And we have discussed earlier that setting and upholding quality tourism standard is essential for the sustainable development of our region. But the realization of these standards, it really relies heavily on the active participation of key industries, tourism, finance, technology, and beyond. Now, in this session, we'll try to explore how various sectors can contribute into fostering the tourism industry that is not only economically beneficial, but also environmentally and culturally sustainable. As Pak Luhut said, Bali is not Bali just for the beaches. So we're going to talk more about that. And today we'll build a foundation already laid this morning and guide us as we continue our discussions. Let me introduce our speakers for today. I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, Professor Azril Azahari, PhD, a distinguished expert in tourism. Yes, you may clap your hands for Professor Azahari. A distinguished expert in tourism and community development. Professor Azril is currently the head of education division at Pata Indonesia chapter and has over 20 years of experience in shaping Indonesia's tourism and hospitality sectors. He has played a pivotal role in developing the Geopark Gunung Sewu network and is the founder of the Indonesian Tourism Scholars Association, ICPI. Professor Azril will speak on the industry's role in fostering quality tourism in Indonesia. Our second speaker is Matthew Driver, Executive Vice President and Head of Services for MasterCard in Asia Pacific. He asked me to stop there, but I'm not going to stop there, Matthew. So Matthew oversees a broad portfolio including consulting, market insights, consumer engagement, and security solutions. He has 2 decades of experience at MasterCard and a strong presence in global forums like the World Economic Forum. Matthew is a leading voice in financial digital innovation, and he will be discussing the role of financial digital innovation in promoting sustainable tourism practices. Joining us next is Muhammad, yes, you may clap your hands as well for Matthew. Joining us next is Muhammad Fajrin Rashid. He is the Director of Digital Business at PT Telkom Indonesia. As the youngest member of the board, Fajrin has been driving Telkom's transformation into a digital powerhouse since 2020. He is known as the co-founder of Bukalapak, which is one of Indonesia's most successful tech companies and has been recognized as a top digital innovator. Mr. Fajrin will present on the role of digital innovation in promoting sustainable tourism practices. You may clap your hands as well for Pak Fajrin. That's just a way to wake us all up after our lunch. So finally, we also have Mr. Brasukra G. Sujana, or Brasukra Gumilang Sujana, known as Brava, the Country Director of Rins and Partners Jakarta office. He has over 20 years of experience in public policy, stakeholder engagement, and trade negotiations. Mr. Brava provides strategic advice on government affairs and also public policy. His extensive background includes serving as Assistant Director for External Economic Relations at the ASEAN Secretariat, and he will be discussing quality and sustainable tourism in the tourism sector. Let's give a round of applause to all our speakers as we invite them on stage. Okay, so as like the first session, we will have presentations from our speakers first. Everyone will have 20 minutes for their presentation, and later on we'll continue with a Q&A for the floor. If you do have questions, you may prepare them now, and you may ask them when we open the Q&A session. We're moving on to our first presentation. We'll start with Professor Azir Azahari. He will be talking on the industry's role in fostering quality tourism in Indonesia. Would you like to do it from the podium or from your seat? Feel free to do much better on the podium. Okay, so you have a timer here, so you may keep track of your time at this monitor. No, so you could, this is just a timer. Yes, you could use this for you. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Azahari. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Azahari.
Thank you, moderators. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, and my colleague is the Maganda Hapun po. Maraming salamat. You are coming to Bali. Well, I just. We start, because with the shifting tourism paradigm, because this is the most important things before we are talking about or we can discuss about the quality tourism as well as also sustainable tourism. So, shifting tourism paradigm. Okay. The UNWTO said that tourism is one of the world's fastest growing an important source of the foreign exchange and employment, while being closely linked to the social, economic, and environmental well-being of many countries, especially in developing countries. So the question is, how about the quality tourism and sustainability mutually inclusive? Some of the research in the world that is said yes, but some other is not. So we are, I think, in this meeting that we have the quality and sustainability tourism also as well. It's very close, I think, that we can discuss later. We believe that the concept of the quality tourism is to spend one's time in a destination by truly maximizing, enjoying, and learning in the whole journey, and also being a responsible traveler. So this is a lot of what is mentioned, but I just come to the most important thing is the shifting tourism paradigm. Before 1980, the paradigm or the tourism paradigm is on the mass tourism. Sometimes we can call also the quantity tourism. And there is the sun, sand, and sea. So this is more the mass tourism. Mass tourism is up to 1980. And 1980 up to the 2000, the paradigm became the alternative tourism. If possible, let's already move for how many slides? No, yes. The pictures, the black one. Yeah. 1980 up to the 2000 is the alternative tourism, and then the quality tourism started with the 2000 up to the 2020. But we just discussed the quality tourism right now. Pak Moderator, is the quality tourism is the 2000 up to the 2020. But there is the crisis of the pandemic of COVID-19. They changed the quality tourism. It's not changed. There is the add of the paradigm with the customized tourism, where the personalized, localized, and small in size. So this is the quality tourism is what the tourists or the visitors' behavior need is the first is the serenity, spirituality, and sustainability. But in customized tourism, it's more on the special interests and also the safety, security also, and also the science and technology also in tourism come out. Looks like the artificial insemination. So this is, I think we can more discuss, I think, later about the customized tourism. Because a lot of the research conducted is there more on the customized, based on our crisis of the pandemic COVID-19. Now, the result is, what I said, that is from volume to values tourism. Before, for the mass tourism or the quantity tourism, we can thinking about more on the tourist numbers, the quantity, but right now is already changed or shifting to the values. The first I just discussed about what is the visitors' attraction. I think in Indonesia, some people or the experts thinking about the attraction is as attraction. this is the wrong way of the translation. Attraction is not atraksi. Based on the Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, atraksi adalah pertunjukan atau tontonan. But the attraction is not. This is the to attract. It's much better if we translate is the in daya tarik. This is much better. So the second is daya tarik is not daya tarik tourism. Daya tarik is visitors tourism. So visitors tourism is daya tarik depend on the visitors behavior. It's not for the tourism. This is sometimes we are wrong way to using the word of the atraksi. The three of the daya tarik of visitors attraction. The first is uniqueness. I think you know what is the uniqueness. There is very only one. The second is the authenticity. Authentic is local. And the third is the what I call the exotism. Wow, is the memorable. Thinking about that. Now, this is the visitors attraction. So the quality is also very close with the visitors attraction. This is the change of the shifting of the, I call it the balance of the paradigm, balance of life paradigm. If the mass tourism is more on the statistical numbers only, tourist is just a number. And then foreign exchange earnings, trickle-down effect theory. But in the quality tourism, so length of stay, since I think that the good people from the Bali, I think also asking about what is the effect is not for the money. Yes, maybe later we can discuss. It's not only for the spending of the money too, and contribution tourism sector to the GDP, gross domestic product, creating jobs in the tourism, and also has the community participation. This is to community participation as well as also for the visitors involvement or visitors participation. And then enhancing also for the quality of life, the best experiences of the visitors itself. And then if before, past paradigm, we just thinking the market-led approach, but right now is the product and service-led approach, or guest respect local culture. I think this is the green paradigm. Pak Faisal, I think there's before meeting about the green. I just mentioned about the green. There is the humans as a part of the nature. But before, we are thinking the humans are apart from nature. So humans and nature are equal. But before, is the humans are superior to nature. I think this is what is the difference between, for the existing the paradigm for our see about the tourism is not looks like the quantity tourism or the mass tourism. I think, okay. This is, it is not just to look as a visitor, as a viewer, visitor's attraction. It's the best way to first learning, and the second is the involve with the local resident activities or local communities activities. This is what we can do. That is the more on the volume. That it's not only the money, and also for the tourists or the visitors involved with the local residents, also local communities. I said it is the height of the human visitor touch, is the high touch, not high tech. Before it's the high tech, but now it's the human touch, or high touch, and it is a people industry. What is the importance of the collaboration in the industries and the communities development also? The first is the better responsible travelers. There are plenty of advantages in learning to be a responsible traveler that is shared by the local people. Some are wisdom or simply how to be a better person. The simple interaction might be a great story to share and inspire a family, friends, home, and even the social media become to the responsible travelers. The second is the better local income. The third is the better local environment protection. And then better bio ecosystem, because ecosystem is not only the bio also, but also abio, and also for the human environment or the cultural environment. The last is the better community involvement, as well as the people in the local residents or the community also take collaboration to helping the development also of the tourism in the destination.
Professor, just a reminder, we have 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, okay. This is what I said, the abiotic and then cultural. Abiotics, the atmosphere, lithosphere, and then pedosphere. And then the biotic is more on the flora and fauna. And the cultural is more the human and human cultures. And this is responsible tourism. I think maybe later we can discuss about responsible. And this, I go to the action plans. The first is the, to guide the maintaining the guidelines. We should have, for the explain is the guideline. What is the collaboration between the industries and the local communities? The second is the offer visitors attraction with the attractive and the memorable quality tourism. This is unique, authentic, and exotic. Number 3, to support action 3, to support the creative industries. I have before succeed with this. What I call as the nucleus estate smallholders between the industries and also with the small, medium, and enterprises. To develop local retail payment, I should discuss before, but I think it's maybe for the discussion. Singapore is now, before is more focused on the shopping tourism. Right now, they have made a new one, retailtainment. Retail and entertainment become one-stop shopping, and then they have local therapy. How the people like to buy something, not depend on the price, but is what is the benefit to them. Maybe we can discuss later. Get more involved on the visitor local resident and participatory approach, develop competencies of local, and the last, to develop destination accessible to everyone. And then the last, my word is one's destination is never a place, but a new way of seeing things. If the place, all the program, more on the infrastructures. This is a new thing a new way of seeing things. I think this is for the next futures. We should using this idea to make development of the destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Azahari. Interesting insights, and I think we should dig deeper later on during the Q&A on these points. So moving on to our next presentation is Mr. Matthew Driver to present on the role of financial digital innovation in promoting sustainable tourism practices. Your timer is up there. Time is yours. Let's give a round of applause to Matthew Driver.
Thank you, everybody. And it's great to see everybody nice and awake after your lunch. So hopefully I'll speak loudly and we'll go there. So firstly, Your Excellencies, Bapak Kodo, Deputy Prime Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Dewa Marendra, Secretary for Bali, and their Honourable Excellencies from earlier this morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm looking to really talk about how FinTech and the FinTech community can drive or help drive sustainable tourism here at the first of what I hope will be many quality tourism conferences here in wonderful Sanur in Bali. Just by introduction, my name's Matthew, and I look after the services businesses at MasterCard. Let me just try and... Okay, there we go. So MasterCard is a fairly well-known name to everybody here, I hope. And just to give you a little bit more context about our company, our mission really is to connect, empower an inclusive and sustainable digital economy that works for everybody, everywhere. We understand how interconnected the world is, and we really see firsthand how that commitment to having that local engagement and being directly connected to communities is becoming more and more important. And it's critically important that MasterCard, as a global company, really cultivates community and where we're going. And as such, and as an international brand, and you would imagine that that's important, we really work closely with the tourism ecosystem and participants, including airlines, hotels, travel agencies, airport operators, NGOs, agencies, and tourism authorities around the world to help power economies and power consumers for trusted payments, because really that's the start of our business. But we recognize much more than that, and that we're trying to build and bring people into the digital economy. That's why it's critically important for us to double down on a commitment to financial inclusion to bring 1 billion people into the digital financial ecosystem by 2025. I think as the world's original fintech, we're really trying to drive digitally empowered collaboration and focusing in particular on the needs of small businesses and individuals. And this is a very important segment as we think about building out sustainable tourism. I think the critical piece is that for us really in a situation is to try to make sure that we're not only leveraging our brand, but also thinking about how do we drive transformation locally on the ground. So a good example for us is really just quickly our commitment to the Priceless Planet Coalition. This is something that we're working with 150 partners around the world, and we're committed to really restoring 100 million trees via reforestation programs around the world. So part of this is to really think through how can we make a difference and really support those communities, promote biodiversity, and really try to benefit communities with reforestation. Okay. Let me just try to give a little bit of context and around some of the things that we're talking about from a sustainable tourism perspective. I think for all of us this morning, we learned about how the travel, I guess, recovery is really happening in Indonesia. I think we're very close to being back at 2019 levels. I think the number this morning was 97%. Whether or not that's because of revenge travel, the new travel normal, fear of missing out, you only live once, or many other, just the growth of the middle class. We're really seeing very, very strong results across the board. And the huge achievement that will happen domestically here in Indonesia, that by the end of the year there'll be 1 billion domestic trips, really shows the strength of the ASEAN economy and the underlying potential of this region, where we're really seeing a very, very strong growth in ASEAN travel, which is really boosted and a bit of an offset, particularly against Chinese travelers who are doing a little bit more domestic in the short term. We also expect that we'll see broader and accelerated travel from India, which is really, very important to think through how do we build out and see more growth from some of these very, very important economies, including Indonesia, where the middle class miracle, if you like, and the positive force of demographics is going to make a big difference. At the same time, when we're seeing this, and a lot of the speakers have already mentioned this, is that consumers are becoming more discerning. They're preferring travel experiences over things. And that authenticity and sustainability in all its forms is becoming very important. So just up here, Booking.com in their 2024 Sustainability Travel Report, 75% of all global travelers express a desire to travel more sustainably. They want to reduce energy consumption. They want to think about alternative modes of traveling. I was talking to my Grab driver yesterday about when they were going to go electric. I now know from the coordinating minister that they'll be going electric soon. So how do we think about making sure that we've got these positive intentions? I think that consumers also want to think about leaving the place better than they did previously. So last year, it was 66% of those travellers wanted to leave places better. This year, it was 71%. So we're continuing to see that growth. Similarly, the WTTC revealed that 77% of travellers are willing to pay more for sustainable travel because there's more benefit, right? They see and recognise that benefit. The other thing that's important is that for younger travellers in particular, having the meaningful, authentic, responsible experiences, very similar to what the professor mentioned earlier, is very, very important. 69% of Gen Z travellers, I'm older than Gen Z, regrettably, but those are people born between 97 and 2012, which are largely my kids, feeling much strongly about how can they have responsible, authentic travel. They'll check on Instagram or on TikTok, where is that little small location that really creates something really interesting, and then they're very keen to kind of hunt down those experiences and really experience something that's very, very authentic. And that was mentioned this morning by the coordinating minister about how do you really retain the differentiating factors for Bali and other places. Just to quickly go to sustainability factors quickly, because I know we're all tight for time, but really trying to recap what's driving some of this. Now, obviously we know that tourism is a major contributor to greenhouse gases. We all got here mainly on a plane, right? But the reality is that people are much more concerned now about what's happening on the ground. So how do we ensure that we've got sustainable transportation? And then this broader environment idea about biodiversity conservation. Efforts to promote that, what's happening in the local community. How do we look at wildlife tourism in a sustainable way? How do we get away from the zoos and get into the actual mangrove environment and things like that? How do we protect fragile ecosystems? Social and cultural responsibility. Look, how are we thinking about making an effort and getting involved with local communities, preserving cultural heritage and ensuring that tourism benefits the stakeholders? A shift towards experiential tourism. This authenticity, how do I do something that's more immersive and meaningful rather than just turning up at the same shopping mall? This idea of slow travel. I just spent a very slow week driving around the Baltics in Northern Europe because I wanted to avoid the heat, and really took the time to kind of try to understand and connect with those UNESCO environments and learn more about the complicated history that's in the Baltics and really understanding and having chats with people locally. Naturally, though, we want to make sure that if we're going to be doing this, how do we get the right kind of signals? So making sure we've got information on certifications and governance so we can manage this and measure it and have reassurance that we're making the right choices. I was talking earlier, the only challenge is there are too many choices out there today. So how do we make sure that we can really understand what really makes quality tourism or quality sustainable tourism a meaningful thing? And then lastly, another part of what's really driving sustainability in tourism is digital tools, whether or not it's really the tracking and monitoring and experiences or the short video platforms, whether it's Instagram stories or YouTube shorts or even payments. No one goes out thinking that they need to make a payment. They want to have that experience, but the digital environment to make those things easier, take the manual processes out of it, take away paper, drive transparency, are very, very important things that the fintech community can really drive for sustainability. So thinking quickly about fintech, what has that really done? So probably 5 areas that are important. Technology advancements with mobile technology, cloud computing, big data, all those things that we all love to talk about coming together to drive value and help make services cheaper, easier, faster, more convenient. We've seen regulatory changes that the regulators are trying to ensure there's more competition, setting up digital banking licenses, open banking to try to make sure we're embedding information so consumers can give permission so they have services that are brought to them. If I want to go from here to do a local tour or go whitewater rafting, how do I get the options brought to me rather than have to look for myself? So we see technology curating these kind of experiences. We have digital-first customers, not quite born with the phone in their hand, but just about, right? They're used to Gojek, they're used to Grab, they're used to video as well as Netflix. They want to have these experiences, and so they're demanding change. We've had competitive changes that come from Grab or Shopee doing these things differently, and these all come back to drive increased efficiency and really make a difference in the environment. I do think it's important to recognize that environmental benefits are elimination of paper, all the manual processes that we've talked about, conserving resources. Social is really how do we make sure that not only can small businesses make payments but get paid? And that's always been such a critical thing. So fintech enables people to deliver and make payments and empower those businesses, and that's a very big part of the social community. And then lastly, there's direct economic effort. So increased velocity of money, long-term prosperity. And I think those things are important. So as we transition to the 2.5 minutes I have left, is really thinking about where can fintech firms think about sustainable tourism? And I think this in a couple of ways. One is in just all the payment enablement I talked about, whether it's digital payments, contactless, super apps, remittances, but more importantly, microfinance. And how do we making sure that, fly now, pay later? How do you make sure that you're giving credit and empowering consumers to make these sustainable choices? Micro-insurance, something that's become very, very important. When I made my Grab trip to get my batik shirt, part of the, just recently, I asked the concierge, how do I get there? Get in Grab, but then Grab offered me micro-insurance. And that's an additional value that's embedded into that solution. Value-added solutions like blockchain or intelligent assistant services. How would you, having a conversation with a AI-empowered chatbot that knows your preferences, that can start to provide you with sustainable options with the right kind of, informed by the right kind of certifications that we don't really understand. Carbon offsets, we do a big program on Carbon Calculator, making sure that people understand how they can potentially offset their consumption by planting a tree, using our Process Planet Coalition, or even digital identity, making sure that you're protected and are safe and secure. And lastly, really on the data analytics side. So how do we think about working with destinations and and tourism ecosystem providers to really contact and communicate with the right kind of communities and better deliver a better experience, not only for the traveller, but more importantly for the provider of those services. So if we were going to think about quickly, what are the three kind of things that I would think about from a fintech perspective? There are so many things going on, and I'm sure a lot of you have been using these services already. The first one really for me is, if we're going to double down, it's really the deploying of solutions that serve smaller services providers, closing the loop in the last mile of delivery, right? And that's something that's particularly important. The smaller industries quite often are at a disadvantage. They don't necessarily have the manpower. If you're a mum and pop operator, you've got a small eco resort, how do you actually get known? How do we make sure that we're reaching out and working with those groups? How do we think about public-private partnerships to really make sure that we're empowering those smaller operators? Because if we lift the capability for those smaller operators, that's something that's very, very important. Secondly, just leveraging data and AI. Now, you are what you buy, and so tourist spending patterns allow us to inform and evaluate development strategies. We've talked about quality tourists. How do we understand what are these people looking for? If you're staying longer, if you're going to multiple locations, what's your profile? What are the types of things you like doing? And so this allows us to build insights to ensure that we can drive longer stays, because as we've talked about, if you've got better options, if you've got a broader choice, you're able to do a lot of different things. And so leveraging that data and insight is going to be very important. And the last one is fintegration. What do I mean by fintegration? Well, what I mean is that fintech is out there, they've got a lot of great technology, and expertise, they love to move fast. They want to drive implementation, but they don't necessarily have that understanding that you have in the marketplace. They don't really have the complete distribution or access to customers. They don't necessarily think through about how they have the capital to create results. So as a result, there's a big opportunity for all of us to partner together to combine the capabilities that we all have to build a more inclusive, sustainable tourism future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Matthew Driver, thank you for that presentation. If you do have questions, you can ask them later on in the Q&A session. Moving on, we'll move to our next speaker, Mr. Fajri Rashid, will be presenting on the role of digital innovation in promoting sustainable tourism practices. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Fajri Rashid.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Hi, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fajrin from Telkom Indonesia, and I'm going to speak about how digitalization can help sustainable tourism, and how we in Telkom Indonesia participate and collaborate with some of you guys to through some use cases which we hope will inspire and use as a benchmark. Okay, so first of all, I think we all agree that the tourism industry is very, very big. At the moment, in 2024, it's estimated that it will be the landmark of tourism industry this year. About $11 trillion US. Obviously, this is end-to-end, from ticket, hotel, food, to souvenirs, and so on. And about 1.5 billion in population will do a tourism activities this year. And if we look at Indonesia, yes, at the moment, we are still lagging behind where it was before the pandemic. In 2023, about 11.7 million number of foreign tourism in Indonesia versus 16.1 million in 2019 before the COVID. But we see a strong rebound this year as well, and also going forward. So that's something that is good for Indonesia. And next about digitalization. So everyone, when we talk about digital economy in Indonesia, we see the big numbers today, but what I'm going to say is it will be even much bigger going forward. It will be estimated to grow about 5 times, from $77 billion US in 2022 to about $360 billion US by 2030. So about 5 times in about 8 years. So again, I always ask everyone regarding this data, what's going to be our role in this growing digital economy in Indonesia going forward? Hopefully we play an active role, not just as a consumer or only a market. And this is supported by the strong base of digital population. The number of digital population in Indonesia already passed 200 million population. And in terms of the number of mobile connected, it's actually more than the number of population itself, about 350 million in mobile users, meaning that more than, or there are people who own at least 2 or 3 mobile phones. Social media, we're also very big, about 190 million social media users. Yes, there are some development that needs to be developed, including, for example, talent and also business competitiveness, but we are getting better. So this is something that is, again, hopeful for Indonesian digitalization overall, including in tourism sectors. And we look at the value unlocked in digitalization, it's also something that can boost the GDP. 150 billion US dollars of GDP can also be boosted using digital economy, and also about 22 trillion rupiah government savings that can be achieved or unlocked through digital transformation. Because, you know, using digital, it makes some of the process faster, more efficient, simpler, and so on. Less paper and so on. Now, what about tourism? So digitalization in tourism, we see a lot of OTAs from abroad, like Booking.com. There's also a local one where we see also Airbnb. So online travel market size in worldwide also growing fast in the next few years. There was a dip in 2020 because of the COVID. We know that. But going forward, it will only grow fast. So again, what's going to be our role in terms of this situation? The challenges is that every industry, including travel, faces disruption. So travel belongs to what we call a vulnerable, because the level of disruption at the moment is somewhat in the middle. But going forward, the disruption will be even larger. So for example, I'm sure all of you guys here, when we want to book flight or hotel, we do it using online. But maybe we still buy offline for souvenirs, right? We go to Bali and then we bring back some pia legong or pia susu or whatever. We go to Palembang and then we bring back pempek. But now we see also some trends that even buying these souvenirs, including the wet foods, already can be done using online as well. Because the last mile already improved, like just now Matthew mentioned, we see some cold storage last mile provider which can help on that. So now you can actually buy some of these wet foods, not just dry foods, but also wet foods, through online from across many cities in Indonesia. So this is a both challenge but also opportunity, right? Because it will then create a lot of situation where, for example, for incumbent, there will be low barriers for other people to entry. So that's a challenge. But again, for new people, then it means it's an opportunity, right? We can actually expand to a lot of areas that is previously not possible because of the high barrier to entry. So how we can do transformation? I always tell that you need to at least consider 3 important elements. One is technology. What is the current technology? What is the trend of the technology going forward? For example, AI. Now, I always tell everyone, please learn AI, whatever your role is, and try to implement that in your business or organization. Why? Because it will create a new revenue or it will create efficiency. But you need to remember about the process, right? This is a lot of buzzwords here, but just remember the 3 words in the middle: tech, process, and people. So process meaning that we need to also look at our companies or business organization. Is there some SOP that needs to be changed because of the digitalization? And the third is people. Obviously, we need to train people so that they are ready to use the technology. Now, Telkom Indonesia, hopefully everyone already knows Telkom Indonesia. We are the largest telco provider in Indonesia. We have, for example, 170,000 kilometers of fiber optic. That's about 4 times Earth's circumference. But we are now actually expanding into what we call a digital telco. Digital telco is not just telco. So we are still improving in the telco, right? We're still providing a solution in 5G, fiber, etc. at the bottom, the digital connectivity. But we also move into upper layer. Digital platform like big data, AI, cybersecurity, and so on. But also digital services, right? Applications, systems that is faced by or used by users, including you guys, across all sectors, including tourism. This is, we have one umbrella brand called Leap. I'm going to share some of the use cases in the next few slides, but essentially, this is our umbrella brand for the digital products. So some of the initiatives, what I'm going to try to tell you is that digitalization of travel is not just OTA, right? OTA is important. We probably use that a lot, but there are a lot of other use cases. For example, this is our work together with AODO and a lot of different ministries, is digitalization of event permits. So now, when you want to book an event in some of the places in Jakarta, you can do it all online. And we hope to then roll out to not just Jakarta, but also other cities in Indonesia later. And then monitoring tools for tourism project, right? So project management tools, our project management tools, is used to monitor the development of 5 super priority tourism sites, Likupang and others that's mentioned here, powered by GIS, right? So now the president and also some of the high-ranking officials can monitor how's the progress of the development in each of the sites. Next one, this is in the past, but I'm sure all of you, if you came to Indonesia, or if you're in Indonesia, you all know Peduli Lindungi, right? So that's how we together, government, Telkom, and some other companies work together to develop an apps to contain a spread of the pandemic and also to create what we call a safe tourism, right? Because now, because back then in 2021, 2022, if you want to go to the public spaces or tourism places, you need to scan QR code to show that you are actually safe from the COVID. So B2B marketplace, this is what I mentioned earlier, that we developed to bridge between the sellers from across the country, from all over Indonesia, and the SOEs or BUMN, right? So now BUMN can actually buy local products from the merchants through these platforms. Indibis, whose booth you see outside, is our connectivity and also solution to the business. So if you are using IndiHome at home, I hope you're using IndiHome. There is an equivalent of IndiHome for business, what we call Indibis. So it's a connectivity and also added with the business solution that is we provide for all across industries, including hotel. Now, what I'm going to say is also that when we develop this application, we have some of the internal talents, right? We have about 1,000 programmers and so on. We develop some of the applications that I mentioned earlier. But we are also believe that innovation can come from anywhere. That's why we have our venture capital arms called MDI, where we invest in about 70 or 80 startups at the moment, high potential startups, including in tourism sectors, that plays a role in our digital economy. So some of these startups already become unicorn and also listed in some stock markets. 2 of them are actually in travel. So one is Opsigo, which is travel management system, which is already used by more than 70% of conventional travel agencies. And also Gors, which is a ticketing solution, which has been used by 3 million people across Indonesia. So this is how we work together when we want to digitize the tourism sectors. Some of the initiatives we develop by ourselves internally, we build them, but we also work together. So this is what we call a buy, borrow, and build strategies. And I think this is really important because there's again a lot of sectors in tourism that can still be optimized through digitalization. And I believe that we have each of ourselves play a different role. So let's work together, collaborate together to ensure that we can embrace the digital economy of Indonesia going forward, including in tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fajrin Rashid. Of course, if you have questions for Mr. Fajrin, you may continue on the Q&A session after our last presentation from Mr. Brava. Time is yours. So you have, let us reset the timer for Mr. Brava.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And just want to thank Marves for having us today. I'm probably the least expert in this panel. I'm a consultant, but I'm a professional tourist, so I think I know what I'm talking about. But I think as a segue to the next session, which is on sustainability. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and what companies have been doing in terms of making travels and tourism more sustainable. So, okay, coming up. Anyway, I'm going to start with sort of the policy context in ASEAN. So quality tourism is not new in ASEAN because back in 2015 when ASEAN set out the 2025 AEC blueprint or ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint, quality tourism was already mentioned. So that was 10 years ago, and now ASEAN is in the process of drafting up another blueprint for the next 10 years. And for each of the countries, Indonesia, for example, is decarbonization is a big thing in terms of key policy. This morning, Ibu Winnie said something about blue-green circular economy. Thailand has another BCG, which is biocircular green economy. Philippines is focusing on low-carbon tourism, and Cambodia on sustainable heritage management. So in terms of policy, it's not new. ASEAN countries are moving in the right direction, and we hope to see that further strengthened in the next 10 years. Now, in terms of awareness, I think we've had some data earlier also by Matthew and also in the morning by other speakers. Basically, we're seeing that a lot of tourists and travelers are more aware of the carbon footprint, of the environmental impact of their travels, and key concerns, including reducing environmental impact, has increased in the past several years. One study shows about two-thirds of travelers would like to reduce environmental impact and also support local culture and local communities. Another study shows an increase from something like 68% 2 years ago to 82% increase in awareness of environmental impact. Now, one key aspect that is difficult to do in terms of sustainability is to reduce the carbon footprint. And tourism as a whole is responsible for about 8% of the global carbon emission, and half of that is aviation. So not all of us can, have the time or the resources to sail from Indonesia to New York or to Europe or from India to Bali. So this is difficult to reduce emissions from aviation. Of course, the industry is experimenting with all kinds of things like sustainable aviation fuel, but for the medium to longer term, aviation will still be a big component of carbon footprint in tourism. One study by the Indonesian research agency, BRIN, on all 11 ASEAN members, including Timor-Leste, shows that for every 1,000 foreign tourists, there will be 4% increase in employment, great. About $200 million in revenue, yes, but also 4.14 million metric ton of additional carbon emission. So it comes at that price in terms of carbon emission. Now, what has the industry done, and what can it do further? Three things. First, carbon footprint calculator. It's everywhere now. My hypothetical trip to Paris would, however, would have the cheapest flight would have twice the carbon emission of average other airlines. So I don't know how that's calculated, but it's the cheapest. So like, do I go for the cheapest one, but the highest amount of carbon emission? Yes, unfortunately, but I'm not taking that trip now. The industry could also do more in terms of emission reduction. Things like energy conservation is very important in hotels and transport. Other things, including waste management, is really needs to be improved. Some spots in Indonesia, like Raja Ampat, for example, I went there several years ago. It was still pristine, and more recently, waste has become more of an issue there. Water conservation is also important. Bali, if you guys didn't know, Bali has a water clean water problem. It's basically it's drying up. So there is a need to also conserve water and take measures both locally and at the national level. The last thing is actually carbon offset, and this is where countries like Indonesia, but also in other parts of Southeast Asia, where we can benefit from carbon offset. So that flight to Paris, I have 2 mango trees at home, so that would offset some of my carbon emission. But really, there are other platforms that would allow you to buy carbon offset for your flights. So that would be something that we need to explore further in the future. It's something that has been explored in sort of isolated platforms and places, but we should scale it up. So if I can come up with just one message for going forward, it's not that we don't have new innovative solutions, but rather that we need to scale up this kind of solutions in the future and link the digitalization side, like as Fajrin has said, with the sustainability side and how to offset that carbon emission. Let me stop there and give you back 8 more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the extra 8 minutes, Mr. Rama. So we're moving on to the Q&A session. If you do have any questions, please do raise your hand. I'll start with my first question, which actually could go to everyone here, since we're talking about the role of the industry. And from our discussion, even from our morning discussion, we know that we need a collaboration, cross-industry collaboration as well, if we're trying to achieve what we're trying to achieve here. So how can this cross-industry collaboration happen, particularly as we've heard from the presentations, between technology, finance, and also tourism? How can it be enhanced to drive innovation towards quality tourism? So what can we do together, and how do we start? Professor, if you may start first. What can we do, Professor? Oh, your mic is a bit far away from me.
Thank you. That's correct. For the collaboration with the industries and the community, or local community, there should be joined. I have already experienced before that we make helping is not from the finance only. Also to feel all the innovation as well as also the capabilities also in the local communities. So the weaknesses of the local community is the market, and also not in the economical scale. Scala economy, economical scale is not yet. So the industry should be helping them to make joints, and also for the quality. If the micro, small and medium level is sometimes, I've already sent to the Australia some from the SME enterprises, but it's rejected by the Australian.
Because of the quality?
Because of the quality.
Okay. It didn't meet the standards there.
Yes, that's mostly for the standard. So the industries should be made is a standardized for that. So we develop for example, they make the food example, and then for the packaging, for the standardized, and also including for the nutritional facts. For example, I have collaboration with them to develop, sago.
Sago.
Sago in some areas is not only the Maluku or in the Papua. Sago. Sago. I developed also the sago is that if you have the Google, you can see looking for the sagomi.
Sagomi. Okay, you may Google.
You can make it the sagomi. This is a product me, and then we have selling through the online. But the problem is this is still. So I would like to make the standardized of the, the good sago beside the, if we compare with the gandum. Gandum, what is
wheat.
Gandum?
Wheat, yeah.
Wheat, yes. Gandum is more on the gluten-free.
Oh,
first.
Sago is gluten-free.
Gluten-free.
Okay.
And then I have researched, I think Pak Indra is know very, very well. I have already, my research is the also probiotics. So the food itself, I make the cookies, I make the satay. Satay is from the sagu, and also.
So that's vegetarian satay.
Right, the vegetarian, yes, for the vegetarian. But the taste is the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I make that also rice. This is just some experiment, edit for the bacteria for that, and then become the probiotic. Probiotic is the more on the antioxidant. It's a good for, and also it is the medicine for diabetes first. The second is autoimmune, and cancer.
Okay.
So my philosophy is to make the food become the medicine, not medicine may become the food.
Okay.
So there is very, very to helping the industries, also to helping the local people. This is they make it, yes, can be.
Okay.
But we teaching for the technology, helping, and then the weaknesses is that this very important is the small scale. It's not benefit to them. They should be combined. Combine some collaboration. For example, in Bupati, Kabupaten, district level.
Districts, yeah.
We can make it and then can make standardize all things. So we make the finishing of the all things, the quality as well also for the packaging.
So we have to realize that we could grow that together. So everyone in this industry and all stakeholders. So,
but we need helping from the government.
Okay.
Especially for the local government.
Yeah. Agreed. So, Mr. Driver, what is your view on this? How can we work this on cross-industry and to really aim, if we're really aiming on quality tourism, how could we work together?
Well, I think that the first thing is that it's clear that there is a fairly aligned understanding about what the challenges are. And I think that the critical thing is that you just need to ensure that you've got the dialogue forums to make these things happen. So this is a great example of, if you're going to get people together, you need to bring them together first.
Yeah.
Right. So I do think that ensuring that you have the right folks with the right intention together is the very first point. So you're doing that. I think secondly, you're going to have to think about standards, right? Because I do think that one of the things I learned today from people who know this much better than I do is that there are millions, I don't think millions, but hundreds of different standards.
Yeah.
And so how do you actually get more alignment about what does good look like, or how are we measuring it? I think part of this conversation is really thinking about you can't manage what you can't measure, right? So how do you track progress? I think that's something that's very, very important. We mentioned this earlier. I think the small business community, that's very, very important. And then that's about collaborating on not only in a public-private partnership piece, but there's a distinct role for that. I think that's very, very important, particularly on micro-community. But beyond that, I think that it's behoves those larger players who have resources and aligned objectives to think about how we can do it. So whether it's Telkomsel or whether it's somebody else that may have similar ambitions to ourselves, how do we go out there and also build community? Because there are a lot of Indonesian companies who have a very good understanding. So how do we bring those things together? So I think there's a standards piece. There's really a kind of a collaboration piece.
Yep.
There's a role for private-public partnerships, which is complementary. But I think that the key thing is you've got. I was trying to put it all together with S's, but I couldn't do it. Maybe just too much nice Indonesian food at lunchtime. But the idea is that you have to start with this dialogue.
Yeah.
So by establishing the dialogue, you then think about the right segment that you're going to get after. I'll give you an example, kind of building on the professor's thought about food, right, is halal tourism, right? This is we've had a partnership with a company called Crescent Rating for a long time, and I think that halal tourism is very, very important, family-centric. They want lots of different, they're very concerned about the quality of food. They want to make sure that it's got the integrity there, right? So how do you make sure that you're creating the right resources? They're a partner, we're trying to do that, and that's a very relevant segment in plain sight for Indonesia. So I think it's sort of making sure that you're aligning with like-minded firms and indeed governments and administrators, and thinking about having a plan. I think that's the key, and be very much focused on delivering value to each of these particular pieces. And really, you're just going to have to start it once at a time. And I think really get focused on delivering value and then having that platform, because if it doesn't scale, it doesn't really matter. And I think that's the other piece that's so important. So I had segment, scale, standards, but I didn't quite get the other rest together.
Just jumping in on your example there about the halal standards, there's a very clear standard there on how to do things. There's a governing body there. So do you think that should be the strategy in approaching quality tourism as well?
Look, I think that I don't know enough about the standard side to make a kind of a comment in that area. I mean, I think analogously, what's important is people know what, the true north is, they know what they're aiming for. So I think consumers are a little bit confused, right? They don't quite understand what does good look like. What are those standards? So if we have that kind of true north and I can feel good and I have that reassurance, then I'm going to feel more confident about being able to make good choices and feel good about the tourism and the activities I have on the ground.
Okay, so you mentioned about the financial sector and how it can help fintech as well in improving digital quality tourism. Mas Fajrin, fintech heavily relies on your industry, the communications industry as well. So how do you keep a close interaction, cross-border interaction, and also collaboration, and make sure everybody's always on the same page, everybody's always up to date, we have the same goal when it comes to quality tourism?
Yeah, I think it depends on the how the stakeholders, I think just now mentioned about dialogue, and get to the use cases that reflects the problems or the goals that they want to achieve, right? So that's, I think, what is important. So for example, I think recently we have a initiative called ASEAN QR code, right? Yeah. So I think that's a very good initiative, because it makes easier for people. Of course, there are some Indonesians who will then go abroad as well, right? To do to visit Thailand or Malaysia and so on. Yeah. But the vice versa is also coming here, right? Yeah, yeah. Now, how do we then capture these opportunities for these ASEAN and probably other countries that will follow these initiatives as well? Is the key. Right? Another example I want to show is just now the digitalization of event permit, right? I forgot whether it was Taylor Swift or Coldplay, but at the time it was only 1 day here, right? But then in Singapore, I think 3 or 6 days. So there was a loss of opportunity, right? Because then there will be loss of opportunity for food industry, hotel industry, flight, and so on here in Indonesia, because only 1 day. So what's the problem there, right? The root cause is apparently the permit, because it's uncertain, it's complicated to get a permit here. Yeah. Luckily, the government stance was, okay, that's a fair feedback. How can we improve that? And one of them is through digitalization. Now it's clear, transparent. It's still, it's still beta, but I think it shows a good result so far. So hopefully then, going forward, global EOs and other people will consider that, okay, now doing permit in Indonesia is easier. I want to invest more. I want to build an event more going forward in Indonesia.
True. So don't worry about Taylor Swift. Oasis, we have Oasis now. They say that's the Eras tour for the Gen X and Millennials. So who knows, they'll come to Indonesia. Interesting. So what is your point, Pak Brafa, on the cross-border collaboration? What can we be doing now, and how do we enhance innovation in this?
Yeah, I think in terms of, the triangle of tourism, digitalization, and sustainably, there's a lot more to do even at the ASEAN level. For example, I mentioned carbon offset, but at this point we're not able to sell cross-border carbon credit, right? I'm sure the government is working on that, but that's one thing that could unlock a lot of this emission offset in the region. Singapore is building its own carbon exchange, and a lot of that is digitalized, right? A lot of that is already they have digitalized data about canopy cover and how much carbon stock is in some concession in Kalimantan and how much is available for purchase. So a lot of that can be used for the travel and the tourism industry.
Must the drive come from the government, or do you think the industry could be the leading force here?
There an element of both. Obviously, there is a policy angle to it, and the governments in the region should be working together, and they are, right? They are working together. Internally, also, the Indonesian government is working on that. But also, the B2B, we've seen a lot of interest on this, right, from Singaporean companies. But they're willing to seek the B2B solutions, but the policy issue is still there. So at some point, you need to involve the government.
Yeah, true. Do we have questions from the floor? I think we could have one question if you have. Okay, one from table 19. I think we only have time for one question. Please do state your name.
Thank you for the opportunity, the moderator and all the speaker. My name is Nova. I came from Bengkulu province in Sumatra Island. It's so far from Bali. Actually, I'm from local government, Bapeda Provinsi Bengkulu. Talking about international quality tourism, I'm afraid of that it's still so far for our timeline. But following this conference, I believe that every province can be the new Bali for the next destination that has an international quality tourism.
I think you could give an applause to that. So that would be a good hope for Indonesia. Thank you.
And talking about Bengkulu, we also have some of nature destination. We have beach, we call it Pantai Panjang. We also have historical tourism, the biggest fortress in Southeast Asia, Benteng Marlborough. We also have the attraction with cultural base, we call it Festival Tabut. This event also one of the national event of Kemenparekraf in 2024. Now the question for all speakers, as a small province that still fight how to increase the visitor, find a lot of obstacles such as infrastructure, connectivity, public services, lower funding for tourism management, how we can be a part of the new destination of Indonesia that can be improved to be the international quality of tourism. I think that is the question from Bengkulu. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Great question to Ms. Nova from Bengkulu. We do not have much time, but I would like to hear how a province like Bengkulu or a small area can also have what Bali has, the attention that Bali has, because they have all the assets, although lacking in infrastructure and technological coverage or so on. Is it possible, and what would you suggest? Probably a little from everyone here. Prof?
Thank you, Ibu from Bengkulu. There is very good flowers, rafflesia, the big, the giant flowers there. The idea is, if there is ants and the sugar, you do not bring the ants, semutnya. Do not bring the semut, but you make the gula, sugar.
You make the sugar.
The gula, and then semut from the other visitors come to your Bengkulu.
Attracted to that.
Yes, because the potential is very, very good in the Bengkulu. For example, also coffee. Coffee from Bengkulu is very nice.
Yeah.
This is very good, I think, if we can develop that. But local, the uniqueness, unique from that area, and then authentic from Bengkulu, and also exotics. I think this is very important for them. And then there is a lot of things to make it's not new Bali wrong. You make the Bengkulu, not the new Bali. You make the Bengkulu is different from Bali. I think it's more than Bali. You can make it. I think for example, the giant flowers is Rafflesia, something. It is, and also your coffee, I think, is very good also. It's not like that. It's also the culture from Bengkulu, from the first president, I think. So there is the housing heritage, homes, heritage cultures, and also very good there.
Yeah.
So the make gula, not bring the smooth.
Okay.
The gula is the gula from Bengkulu. Not gula from Bali, not bring Bali to the Bengkulu. That is wrong.
Yeah. So interesting point there. So moving on, Mr. Driver, areas probably not so popular. Do they attract attention? Maybe from your side as well. Just take your point of view of the matter.
I mean, look, just quickly, there are so many great places in Indonesia. So it's great to hear about your destination. Look, I think it all comes down to basically. It's a little bit of marketing, right? At the end of the day, you want to be different, so you want to be able to create your differentiation. At the same time, we've talked about the customers are looking for these new locations.
Yeah.
And then you need to use digital platforms without question. My friend over here can probably help. We can possibly help. I mean, it's thinking about understanding the types of tourists that you want. What are the types of people that go to your kind of location? We can do, say for example, in the consulting world, you do lookalike analysis. So what you do is you identify people who like to go to probably slightly more off the beaten track, more authentic, more local kind of scenarios, and think about how do I target those people? And the way you're going to target them is digitally, right? Utilizing insights from the people who go there today.
Yeah.
And then also building maybe a little ecosystem in your own environment, right? So one is, how do you create that differentiation? Build your own ecosystem, think about marketing, and then leverage digital platforms to give you that access and scale, informed by, other travelers who have gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you've got some understanding about what they're looking for. That way, you're very focused on a use case, you're focused on solving for what they want, and then you build from there. But it takes that kind of marketing focus. But sure, leverage those digital platforms, give yourself scale. It's your own like a little small business. How do you go and you utilize the platform to give yourself more amplification, if you like?
You'll always find someone tired of being stuck in Canggu traffic. So they might want to come to Bengkulu. And I think the beauty of I'm always reminded of what Steve Jobs also, said about the internet itself. When it comes to the internet or the World Wide Web, the biggest company can look like any other small company and vice versa, because what they see is what they see on the web, right? The biggest company might have 10 offices on the main road, and this MSME might just only have one small office, but on the web, this company could make their website look really good. As you said, your presence online, digital, can look as good as Bali as well, right?
Younger people who want to go further afield, they're more digital.
Yeah,
so thinking about
and they're more digital.
Exactly.
So Ajrin, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I have two keywords here. The first is digital. Why? Because digital democratizes everything from the economy, from the politics, including tourism, right? From the economy, we see the marketplace. Now, a lot of SMEs thrive because of the marketplace platforms. From politics, now we see a lot of debates in Twitter, for example. Now, in tourism, also similar. Now, we can actually sell our unused room in our home in Airbnb and other platforms, right? So that also applies for Bengkulu, right? You can actually leverage all these online platforms and sell to the world, not just in Indonesia, but also to the world. So that's why I think digital is really, really important because it's also cheap, right? Relatively cheap for you to sell in the marketplace or other platforms. The second is what I call a story, right? Every good attraction outside Indonesia, right? You go to Japan, you go to Italy. When you go to a place, you will see a tremendous story there. So, oh, this, you know what? This is before in the king was actually meet the queen here, and then now it grows to the tree or something like that, right? So you will see some story like that. That I think not just in Bengkulu, in Indonesia, I think we are a bit lacking there in terms of how we can actually conduct a storytelling, a good storytelling. So how we can actually conduct a storytelling, I think that's the key. That's why I think I suggest not just you, but I think everyone here, to work together again with, I think, filmmaker, now even a game producer also. Some of the game actually trying to create a game about a local or Indonesian situation, right? If you are into K-pop, you know some of the areas in Korea, in Seoul, a place where this main character of this K-drama actually proposed to this girl, now becomes a tourist attraction. And that's the power of the story. So how we can actually build a good story is also one cheap way to promote our tourist industry.
I think you see the short video segments.
Really you want to see it firsthand. I think the latest one is the game Wukong, if you're familiar with that. Now, parts of China are actually becoming tourist attractions because of that game. Largest game in the world at the moment. And Professor Azhari also pointed out that Bengkulu has a lot of stories about Sukarno, about so many other things. So you could emphasize that online, and that could be a good story, and then you tell about your beaches.
And since we're at a sustainability conference, think about what are you doing with the credibility of your own ecosystem? How are you certifying? How are you making sure that you're reassuring customers there as well?
Yeah. So, Rafa, you want to add something?
Just a real life story, right? Once my family and I went to Pangandaran, southern West Java. Quite, still in Java, but quite remote. And the place we were staying, we were the only Indonesian. The others were foreign tourists, right? And I was wondering, why do they come all the way here to southern part of Java? And I talked to some of them, and they actually, when they landed at Soekarno-Hatta, they just skipped Jakarta at all. They just directly they drove after 17 hours of flight, they went on another 8 hours of road trip to Pangandaran, and all that because they were surfers, right? They're looking for the biggest waves, right? So you can still find that kind of tourist that they're looking for something different, right? And Bengkulu probably also offer something different than the tourists that would go to Bali or to Jogja, right? And there are a lot of these tourists that I met across Indonesia, and some Americans in Raja Ampat who's a landscape designer, and he can't work during the winter days in the US, and he would spend 3 months just running around Southeast Asia, including Raja Ampat and Maluku. So there are these kind of tourists that in a way also are quality tourists, right? They're not just low spending and short duration tourists. They are long-term tourists, and they spend also a lot of money, and they
very
like
mindful,
the country.
I guess. Very mindful about the culture and the environment.
I think the homework is really like what the other speakers have said, is how do you plug into that kind of digital world, the internet, and provide that kind of information to tourists that would not normally or would not look for mainstream places. So
Okay, I think that was a very good question, and I think we got very good answers. Thank you very much to all our speakers. And I guess we'll have to talk more about how to really maximize our digital platforms, which can start today. I mean, if Nova wanted to do that, she could start actually today to improve that. And thank you very much once again. Let's give a round of applause to all our speakers here today. Thank you for your insights, everyone. And Matthew, just thank you for emphasizing you're not Gen Z. I had my doubts there, so I thought you were. So, okay, I think we have a photo session. If you all may stand in front of the tables. Thank you.
So yes, the moderator, along with the whole panelists on the second panel session, will now have a photo session to officially close the second plenary session. So after this, we will go directly to session number 3, which will be also the last session on our first International Quality Tourism Conference. In 3, 2, 1. One more time, let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of the speakers and also our moderator on the second panel session. Thank you so much. Thank you to all panelists. You may now return back to your seat. And to our moderator, Timothy, we will just go directly to the third session. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the third session, which will be the last plenary sessions that we have today on the day 1 of our first International Quality Tourism Conference. So on the first plenary, we have shared strategies across countries in implementing quality tourism. Then, the importance of the industry community collaborations and how the digital and technology contributes to leverage quality of tourism has been also discussed in the second plenary session. Now, how can we collaborate for a sustainable tourism future? We will gain and delve further regarding to this theme, as it will be the theme for plenary session number 3. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our plenary session number 3, or the last plenary sessions, talking about collaborative efforts towards a sustainable tourism future. I will now hand over again to our moderator, and we still have Timothy Marbun. It's a long day for you, please. Can we give another round of applause for Timothy Marbun, our moderator for the first day? So in parallel for free session today will be moderated by Timothy, please.
Thank you, Dian. I honestly thought we had 15 minutes for coffee, so sorry if you'll have to have your coffee on your table. Moving on straight forward to the third session, collaborative efforts towards a sustainable tourism future. So thank you for joining us for the first and second session. In this session, we will be approaching the conclusion of this first day. And I guess it's crucial to recognize that the journey towards quality tourism doesn't end here. You'll have another day of discussions, and also then work comes afterwards, of course. Now this session will focus on collaborative efforts required across industries to build a sustainable tourism future. The insights that we will be gaining here will not only wrap up our discussions today, but also lay the groundworks for tomorrow's sessions with my colleague. Now in this final session, we will explore how integrated approaches and cross-sector collaboration are essential for advancing quality tourism globally. We will be hearing from the experts. Let me introduce our panelists or our speakers for this session. Our first speaker is Captain Dodi Kristanto. He is the Vice President of Operations Support at PT Garuda Indonesia Persero Tbk. Captain Dodi began his career with Garuda Indonesia in 2004 and has risen through the ranks, currently serving as captain on both the Airbus A330 and Boeing 737-800. His leadership in operations support has been pivotal in exploring sustainable energy solutions for the aviation industry, and today he will be discussing harnessing sustainable energy, transforming the future of tourism through sustainable aviation industry. Our second speaker is Mbak Widya Listio-Wulan, Vice President of Public Policy and Government Relations at Traveloka. Widya has extensive experiences in public-private partnerships and has played a critical role in leveraging Traveloka's platform for impactful initiatives, including digital literacy training for tourism operators. Now, under her leadership, Traveloka is trusted as the coordinator of Industry Task Force for Digital Economy Working Group in coordination of with the Ministry of ICT here in Indonesia. Now, her presentation is on community-based approaches and environmental advocacy for sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Finally, we have our next speaker is Andreas Hardeman, Head of Aviation and Aerospace Travel and Tourism Industries at the World Economic Forum. Andreas is a leading figure in aviation sustainability, having contributed significantly to global environmental advocacy in the aviation sector. He has also been instrumental in the development of the Travel and Tourism Development Index, or TTDI. He will be presenting on the development of travel and tourism Development Index Indonesia, offering a global perspective on how Indonesia can enhance its standing in tourism competitiveness. Let's welcome all our speakers here with a round of applause. All right, thanks everyone for being here with us in Bali and staying. I saw everyone stayed from the first session, so this is the wrap up of all our sessions for today, I guess. Of course, there's going to be more interesting insights, and we've seen some problems when it comes to tourism and aerospace as well, and being more ecological and mindful of that in our tourism. So I think we could address that here in this session. Now, we're just moving on straight to our presentations. You all have 15 minutes, I believe, because there's 15 minutes there on the screen. So you'll have your timer on the monitor. Each speaker will have 15 minutes before we go to the Q&A. If you have questions later on, you may ask those questions during the Q&A session. First presentation will come from Captain Dodi Cristanto on harnessing sustainable energy, transforming the future of tourism through sustainable aviation industry. So you want to do it from the podium or from the cockpit? I guess so. Please, Cap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dodi Cristanto, represent my CEO, Mr. Ivan Setiaputra. He sent best regard for this event. And today, I want to present about sustainable energy solution for enhancing tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's an honor to stand before you today as we gather the first International Quality Tourism Conference 2024, held by Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, or Kemenkomarves, Ministry for Tourism and Creative Economy, Kemenparekraf, National Development Planning Agency Bappenas, Central Bank of Indonesia, Bank of Indonesia. This event marks a significant step forward in our collective commitment to sustainable tourism, a topic that is not only crucial for our industry but also for the future of our planet. Today, I am here to discuss a subject that is increasingly at the forefront of our efforts: sustainable energy solution for enhancing the tourism industry. As we all know, the tourism sector is a major contributor to the global economy, but it also poses significant environmental challenges. Therefore, it is imperative that we explore innovative solutions that can reduce our carbon footprint while ensuring the growth and prosperity of the tourism industry. At Garuda Indonesia, we have embraced this challenge with a clear vision to become a sustainable aviation group that not only connect the Indonesian archipelago to the world, but also exemplifies the best of Indonesian hospitality while committing to environmental stewardship. Currently, Garuda Indonesia, a fleet of 71 aircraft, including Boeing 777, we have 8 Boeing 777, Airbus 330 series, we have 22 Airbus 330 series, and Boeing 738, we have 41 Boeing 738 new generation. This number has decreased by almost 50% from our pre-pandemic fleet size. And now we are gradually working toward to expanding our fleet. Garuda Indonesia currently serves 46 domestic routes from west to east of Indonesia, and 21 international routes from Jakarta to Southeast Asia, East Asia, Middle East, Australia, and Europe. At Garuda Indonesia, we are committed to delivering unparalleled travel experience that immerses our passenger in the rich cultural heritage of Indonesia, engaging all 5 senses from the sight of traditional motifs to the sound of Indonesian music and the taste of our authentic cuisine. The airline industry is guided by the solid foundation of regulation and standard practices for implementing environmental sustainability. This includes energy use management, reducing carbon footprint, and achieving its ESG targets. Internationally, that are regulations from ICAO, such as CORSIA, and long-term aviation goals. Along with industry commitment, in Indonesia, we also have national regulation, including the enhanced NDC, the carbon economic value, and various ministerial regulation from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and Ministry of Transportation. Here are some key highlights for the environmental sustainability initiative that Garuda has undertaken: plantation and biodiversity, office energy management, waste solution and resource use management. Besides that, over 90% of CO2 emissions are generated from fuel burn, and while current reduction efforts remain insufficient, short-term solutions like carbon offsetting and long-term solutions such as sustainable aviation fuel or SAF are essential. In the following graph published by ECO LTAG, it shows that operation and SAF has the greatest potential to reduce CO2 emission from international aviation. For airline businesses, optimizing our flight operation is crucial for enhancing sustainability. Our strategies include implementing fuel-saving technologies, optimizing flight routes, improving ground handling processes, for instance, by reducing auxiliary power unit usage and optimizing runway and route selections. We have made significant strides in cutting fuel consumptions. This effort not only contributes to lowering our carbon footprint, but also improve our operational efficiency, providing a dual benefit of cost saving and environmental protection. One of the most promising solutions in our sustainability effort is the adoption of sustainable aviation fuel or SAF. SAF offers a viable alternative to traditional jet fuel, with the potential to significantly reduce carbon emission. In July 2023, our partner Pertamina reached a milestone by conducting successful production of biojet fuel G2.4 at Cilacap Refinery. And by October 2023, Garuda completed the very first commercial flight using biojet fuel J2.4, which contain RBP-DPKO feedstock by 2.4%. These achievements are part of our broader strategy to integrate SAF into our operations, which is aligned with international standards such as ICAO carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation or CORSIA. However, the path to widespread adoption of SAF is not without its challenges. High cost pricing uncertainties, and the need to robust regulatory framework are some of the hurdles that we must overcome. Despite these challenges, Garuda Indonesia remains committed to advancing SAF research and development in collaboration with stakeholders across the industry. Sustainable tourism extends beyond fuel efficiency. It also encompasses responsible waste management and resources use. At Garuda Indonesia, we have implemented comprehensive waste management program, both in flight and on the ground. From reducing single-use plastic to promoting digital reading materials, we are committed to minimizing our environmental impact. Our offices and facilities have also embraced energy-saving measures, such as gradual replacement of traditional lighting with LED solution and optimizing water usage. Our sustainability efforts are not limited to our operational practices. We recognize that tourism has a profound impact on local communities and ecosystems. To this end, Garuda Indonesia has partnered with various conservation organizations to support biodiversity preservation and habitat restoration. Additionally, we are actively engaged in promoting responsible tourism that benefit local communities, ensuring that economic gains from tourism are equitable share. Looking ahead, the future of tourism depends on our ability to innovate and adapt as we face growing environmental challenges. The tourism industry must lead by example in adopting sustainable practices. This includes continuing to invest in new technologies, fostering collaboration across sectors, and advocating for policies that support sustainability. In conclusion, sustainable energy solutions are not just strategic imperative for the tourism industry, they are a moral obligation. By embracing this solution, we can ensure that tourism remains a force for good, driving economic growth while preserving the natural beauty and cultural heritage to make destinations like Bali so unique. I invite all of you here today to join us in this journey toward the more sustainable future. Together we can build tourism industry that is not only profitable but also responsible, ensuring that future generations can continue to enjoy the wonders of our world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Captain Dodi Kristanto, for those points. If you have questions, you may ask them during the Q&A for Captain Dodi Kristanto. Moving on to our next speaker is Widya Listio Wulan, presenting on community-based approaches and environmental advocacy for sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Please, Widya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Pak Odo, Bappenas, Central Bank, OJK, and LSPM. But second of all, I'd like to say something. So Tim and I, we've known each other since a while, yeah? Worked together quite closely in G20. I mostly agree with what he said until today when he say in the second panel that will be the hardest panel because it stand after lunch. I think now is the hardest panel because I stand before your beautiful sunset of Bali. So please bear with me. I have 100 slides, yeah? So please bear with me. By way of introduction, my name is Widya. I'm working in Traveloka, and our co-founder, Ferry and Albert, send their best regard. And before I move forward with the presentation, allow me to share something about Traveloka, which I hope at least some of you, or hopefully everyone knows Traveloka. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here in the region since 12 years ago. Ferry and Albert came back from United States and saw the challenge of tourism industry and the opportunity to make or to create innovation. And since then, we are actually operating now in 7 countries. Lastly, we are officially operating in Australia. So that will be our, our effort to push inbound market to Indonesia. Hopefully we'll be successful with all of your support. And as we speak right now, our active users hit above 48 million. This is across the region, ladies and gentlemen, so not only Indonesia. And allow me to stress out the difference between active users and just users. Active users means like every one of you, hopefully, is not only check about the, the biggest sale offered by Traveloka, but actually do something, either transaction or playing gamification that we created specifically for our ESG commitment. And I will get back to you on that. So ladies and gentlemen, previously we have MasterCard here, Telcom, and so on and so forth. And all of these actually are partners, so I'm very happy to actually respond the second panel question on how we actually work together. As simple as making sure that the pentahelix model is achieved, and one of them is bringing all the partners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since 12 years ago, we moved from meta search engine to a platform that offers end-to-end services for the user that include offering flight, hotels, experience, as well as payment. Now, that goes my 6 minutes of time. Now, I'd like to talk something serious that is related to ESG or sustainability. Now, when it comes to ESG, ladies and gentlemen, we focus on our 3 prongs, which is operation, partners, community, and user level. Now, allow me to ask you to focus a little bit on the operation before we talk about community. In Traveloka, in all of our 7 operation countries, we actually making sure that we achieve the standard of ESG. We actually kicked out all the plastic use in our offices, in our campus. We make sure that we are wise when it comes to energy efficiency, and we encourage volunteer-based projects for the wastewater cleaning in Singapore, for example, digital literacy in Indonesia, and mangrove planting that will come back to you soon. Now, in terms of partner, ladies and gentlemen, we have working with multiple stakeholders, especially the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, to launch what we call Pahlawan Pohon, tree hero, yeah? And then we plan more than 100,000 mangrove in 6 areas. Now, we don't want this to be plan and pray, meaning to say just plan and hope that the mangrove will grow, but we actually invite our users, in which the demography is actually 60 to 70% are Gen Z, which is everyone in here, right? Muslim, everyone is Gen Z in here, right? And we invited them to play games with us in order to plant the mangrove. So lots of our users, young users, actually contribute to this game. And based on our data, actually this is more that we have, because this is last year, yeah? But I'm sure this year it's actually hits more than 40,000 users, active users, play this game and plant our mangrove virtually. Now that shows that, we don't want to spray and pray. We committed, and we're not going to work alone. We need our users, and that's why we encourage their involvement in this project. Now, another partner that I'd like to mention is actually GSTC, and Randy was here this morning. We work with GSTC to train our top GM on GSTC, on sustainability. And we're not only doing that last year, we're actually going to do it multiple times. As we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have GSTC training in Seminyak, and feel free to stop by. And we're not doing this only in Indonesia. We're making sure all of our partners are aware the importance of sustainability. Now, the next point that I will skip this because of the time, but I would like to second our panel, our second speaker say, when they say, well, sustainability is not only about environment, it has to touch every single part of the business, including the economy, including the growth, right? The growth of the business. And based on our research, it is indeed 60% of our partners agree that digitalization of tourism is actually helping them increase their income. And I believe Telcom speaker also said that, and then MasterCard speaker also said that. So digitalization in tourism, we cannot deny how important it is, because it's not only about, you experience the great tourism sector, but it's about the business that will run sustainably. Now, the next part that I'd like to mention, because I think Masti mentioned about digital literacy, I think since 2 years ago, we work again with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy to make sure that our partners our hotel partners, our community understand the importance of digital. Now, we receive a lot of requests, ladies and gentlemen, from a lot of exotic places in Papua, for example, in Labuan Bajo, in Aceh. They keep asking us on making them moving from traditional tourism industry to digital. Now, I'd like to mention it's only 5 minutes to change one traditional hotel into e-hotel. It's only 5 minutes. But the problem is sometimes it takes years to make sure that their service meet the standard of digitalization in tourism industry. That is why, since two years ago, we committed to launch digital literacy program to make sure that all of the hotel industry players understand that just because you invest in the digital tourism doesn't mean that you need to let go the importance of education in the digital industry. So I think, Pak Odo, moving forward, we need to work with your ministry as well in making sure that this training will be moving forward and will be maintained. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that I'd like to stress out is actually when we work with the partners, we're not only working in tourism part, we work in economic growth and gender equality. A lot of our partners, a lot of the recipient of the digital literacy and mangrove farmers are women. And you know, including the stat, if you train one woman, the impact is actually triple, right? Because she will come back home and train their children. So again, the pentahelix model is implemented through this kind of program, and that's why we are very committed in doing this, and we hope after this program, after this seminar, we're not only talking about what we can do, but we're actually doing that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this another collaboration that we did in the past with our partner, BioRock, and again, based on their report, a lot of participants are actually coming from women farmers' wife, and we are so proud in looking at the result. Now, the last one that I'd like to mention before I talk about our impact study is actually since 2 years ago, we become the ambassador of UNWTO, and we launched another collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy to make sure that the desa wisata or village tourism base have the same playing field with other big industry in tourism. So I think we did a little data last year, and it shows significant progress. The number of people going to desa wisata is actually increasing after they go to digital platform, and that's another impact of digitalization in tourism sector. Now, the last thing that I'd like to bring is actually our new campaign. We call this integrated campaign. But before I explain, I just want to know how many people in this room follow Korean drama. Otherwise, this wouldn't be relatable to you all. I see some girls, some young ladies in the back. How many of you know this gentleman, our ambassador? No, no one? No one of you? Okay, great. So this year, ladies and gentlemen, we brought one of the biggest Korean pop star to Indonesia. We brought him to Bali and Labuan Bajo. We did a very exclusive campaign with him. But I'd like to mention about the process of getting him here. So before he actually came here, we did a lot of meeting, and what we stress out is do not only bring the traffic to Indonesia, but make sure that they come with the deep understanding on how to respect culture. And you could see there, he actually wears sarong, and because that's part of the narrative that we actually stressed out. And we hope that with the new ambassador, we can bring more quality tourists coming to Indonesia. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, because I know I have only 6 minutes, last year we did impact study report with PwC, and one of the results actually make us very, very proud, because during the period of 2019 up to 2021, during the pandemic, right, where everybody actually believed that tourism sector is one of the industries that hit the most, the PwC report find out that Traveloka contributed up to 2.7% of the sectoral GDP. And at that time, the sectoral GDP of tourism sector is 4% to the total GDP of Indonesia. Now, with this, we are very confident. This research was based in 2019 to 2021. So, so the tourism sector was actually not in their height, right? Now, moving forward, when we do another impact study, we are very confident that 2.7% will be increased significantly. But again, this will not be happening if we work alone, because it's such a huge homework. Sustainability is such a huge homework. And again, we're very, very encouraged for collaboration and pentahelic model. And with that, I stop my talk. Thank you, Mas.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Widya, always very lively. I was so happy when you claimed that we were all Gen Z, but once you asked who knew the K-pop star and only 10% of us raised our hands, your theory is gone, just that way. So very interesting, and I'm sure we'll have questions on your presentation later on to follow up. Now moving on to our next presentation will be from Mr. Andreas Hardeman. He will be talking on development of Travel and Tourism Development Index Indonesia. So time is yours. I think we have 20 minutes for you. Please. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Andreas.
All right. Can you hear me? Yeah. There we go. All right. Adjust this a bit. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation. Obviously, it's an enormous pleasure to be here with all of you. So thanks for the invitation. In this spectacular island of Bali, which really holds a special place in my heart. Way back in the early 1990s, I'm sort of giving away a bit of my age here, I had the incredible chance and opportunity to visit Indonesia for 3 months. And yes, I was one of those low-budget, low-spend backpackers way back then. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be back here, I guess for some payback. So I will be sharing with you a brief overview of the World Economic Forum's Travel and Tourism Development Index work. That's a mouthful, so we're just going to call it the TTDI from here on out. Some of the key findings, and also specifically looking at some of the factors relative to Indonesia's performance specifically. Now, the TTDI report, the index, is very much a statistical piece of work. So you'll be sort of peppered with quite a lot of numbers and statistics. So I'll try and make it as lively as I can, but please bear in mind this report is all about numbers, rankings, KPIs, etc. Before we dive into the report itself, allow me to maybe just put the report into context. Why are we at the World Economic Forum looking at this material at all, or tourism more generally? And the fact is that, and I may not be telling you much new here, but just to put it into context, this industry that we're all involved with and love working in, this industry accounts for 10% of the global economy in terms of GDP. It employs about 350 million people. That's about the entire population, or equivalent to the entire population of Indonesia and Thailand combined, just in this one industry. It creates 1 out of every 5 jobs worldwide. Over the next 10 years, travel and tourism is expected to become a $15.5 trillion US industry, accounting for almost 12% of global workforce. So the TTDI benchmarks sustainable and resilient development, looking across the entire sector. And the main purpose really is to inform the policymakers, but also industry stakeholders and others in the development of the sector, looking into the strengths and also the opportunities across the sector as well. It provides a framework for assessing development strategies, offering a comprehensive overview of the economy's strengths and opportunities. And very much we at the Forum, we see this index as a way to facilitate multi-stakeholder dialogue. And that's been sort of referred to by previous speakers already, the promotion of effective formulation of policies and regulations. And in that sense, the World Economic Forum is very much the ideal platform for cross-industry collaboration, and also between industries and regulators around the world as well. We have more than 20 industry communities within the World Economic Forum. We have 10 centers, thematic centers, where specific initiatives and projects are being developed. Okay, my slides have gone ahead of me. So looking at the overall framework, as you can see it here, it breaks down into 5 dimensions, 17 individual pillars, and over 100 individual indicators, looking at dimensions from enabling environment to the policies and enabling conditions, infrastructure, services, resources, and sustainability. Now, economies are then scored on a scale from 1 to 7. There is sort of a methodology behind that, which is regularly updated, which sometimes makes it a bit of a challenge to compare like with like when we compare, say, the previous edition of the index to the current edition of the index, because there's always sort of underlying methodologies that will have slightly changed. So please bear that in mind. Now, we do not develop this index on our own. We work with a lot of partners, not only data partners, but also other types of knowledge partners and sort of public data as well. We also have an executive opinion survey that feeds into the development of the index as well. So this is our knowledge community as it stands right now. You will, or quite a few of you will recognize yourselves here. We have an advisory group consisting of different types of global associations, industry players, international and regional organizations, and academia and NGOs. So we then move to into the key findings. Now, this is a slide that I both love and hate. I like it because it brings together a lot of sort of key information in one and the same slide. It also, for the same reason, is somewhat of a dense slide to explain or talk you through. So I would, in this case, I would probably focus on the fact that we see here that the high income economies in Europe and Asia Pacific tend to dominate the rankings. Those are the countries that tend to benefit from robust business environments, dynamic labor markets, and a well-developed transport and tourism infrastructure. The other key message here is that while overall growth across the travel and tourism sector is clearly continuing, and it has been picking up coming out of the COVID crisis, and that's sort of good news. At the same time, we see that the recovery is not the same across different regions. And frankly, as we also heard already earlier today from Pak Luhut, the business environment for travel and tourism is continuing to be quite challenging. We see geopolitical tensions around the world, macroeconomic uncertainties, inflation, etc. So that continues to be sort of a challenging environment overall. We have labor shortages, which are still a reality in many regions. Capital investment that has not necessarily kept up with the bounce back in travel and tourism demand following the COVID pandemic. So if we look across the 17 individual pillars, there are, out of the 119 individual economies that are included in the TTDI, 71 out of the 119 have actually increased their scores between the 2024 edition and the 2019 edition. But the average index score, as you can see that little black bar sort of 2/3 down, which is the average score, is only 0.7% above pre-pandemic levels. So yes, there has been overall, across the different pillars, there has been an improvement, but it's not an enormous improvement overall. So we see again sort of the rebound in demand that has coincided with sort of a rise in global air route capacity. So we've seen that improving. Sort of connectivity has improved. International openness in terms of welcoming visitors, visa requirements have been improved across the board, and also increased demand and investment in tourism generating natural and cultural resources have all been sort of improved here. At the same time, however, we also see that so-called non-leisure demand is still lagging behind leisure demand. So supply factors across the board have in a way not been able to keep up with the growing demand as it's bouncing back and continuing to grow. So we have that supply-demand or demand-supply imbalance, which if we combine that with the inflationary pressures and some of the geopolitical instability that we mentioned just earlier, what that means is that there is this sort of reduced price competitiveness that still plays a role, and also service disruptions across the sector as well. So again, it's a mix of good news, not so good news, and that is exactly what sort of the index is trying to do, is to try and put our finger on the factors that are going well, and other areas where we collectively need to put some extra attention. So if we turn then to some of the results specifically for Indonesia, Indonesia is among the top 10 of TTDI economies that improved the most since 2019. It increased its score by 4.5% between the 2019 and 2024 editions, as was already highlighted earlier today by Ibu Amalia. Indonesia went from rank 36 to 22, which is really an incredible improvement and an incredible achievement. When we look at over 100 countries in the world, already Indonesia came in at number 36, and then have essentially a 14-place improvement over the last few years. That's an incredible achievement. We can to move on to the next one. This is probably in the report one of the key diagrams. Again, there's a lot of information here. The full report and other sort of online resources allow everyone to sort of dive into this in a lot more detail. So what we have time for today, and I know we'll have other opportunities tomorrow to really dive into some of the detail of this, is, for example, that we see that the prioritization of travel and tourism remains one of Indonesia's strongest pillars. So that means sort of strong government support for the development of the travel and tourism sector. Price competitiveness is another strong point for Indonesia. There have been almost an 8% improvement since 2019, meaning that on that particular indicator, Indonesia moved from 69th to 28th in the rankings. That's a huge improvement as well. Also, obviously, the very rich natural resources and cultural resources also improved, meaning that from the natural resources indicator, Indonesia comes in at an overall 8th position in the ranking, so clearly in the top 10. On the cultural resources, 15th in the ranking, so also high. On the cultural resources, that's 15th position in itself represents a 16% improvement compared to 2019. Furthermore, there's also been improvements in the socio-economic impact, where the country went from rank 25 to 10, so that's a 13% improvement in the score on socio-economic impact. Demand sustainability, a 20% improvement on demand sustainability, which is also excellent. So from rank 52 all the way up to rank 5. And last but not least, on ground and port infrastructure, also a 13% improvement, moving from a 52nd position to 36. Now, despite all those improvements, there's also areas for further development, and we will have more time to look into that in a lot more detail tomorrow. Of course, health and hygiene, ICT readiness, as we already mentioned earlier, and also tourist services and infrastructure remain areas where a lot of improvement is still possible. So I would say overall that, the TTDI results for Indonesia specifically, they reveal sort of interconnected challenges, but also very significant upside potential. As I said, key areas for improvement: ICT readiness, tourist services, infrastructure, health and hygiene. I think those should be the focus areas for improvement. At the same time, Indonesia, excels in other areas like price competitiveness and the prioritization of travel and tourism. So, sort of keep it up there, I would say. Easier said than done. But the World Economic Forum is ready to work, of course, with the Indonesian government and all the organizations and industry organizations involved to make sure that sort of the positive trend here is being continued. So this high-level overview, as I said, is all we have time for this afternoon, but I do look forward to connecting with many of you outside of the official sessions, and also to more detailed discussions over the course of our conference tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hardiman. Let's give a round of applause, Mr. Hardiman, for your presentation. So we will go straight to a Q&A session. If you have questions, you may please raise your hands. We have questions from table 24. If there is anyone else with a question, Table 16. Okay, so we'll go to 24. The gentleman in white and the lady in red batik in table 16, I believe. Oh, behind 16. That's 17, yeah?
20.
Yeah. I think I need new glasses. I can't even see that number there. Okay, this is, okay, I can't see anything. So, table 24 first.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Seafria, and I'm here attending as a student from Udayana University. And before that, I would like to thank you to Captain Dodi, Ibu Widya, and Mr. Andreas for the great insights. And here I still have one thing that's still concerning to me, which is the high price of domestic flights. And as we all know, that domestic flights in Indonesia are relatively still expensive. Well, although the word expensive may be subjective, and I try not to be biased, but Bapak Luhut himself even said that domestic airfares in Indonesia is the second most expensive in the world after Brazil. So there's a lot of factors to it. One of it is, of course, limited competitions. Although there are a lot of, say, low-cost airfares like Lion Air, AirAsia, but still, it's still dominated by big airlines like Garuda. So is there still a monopoly in the aviation business? And I just want to know, like, what are your thoughts, and like what win-win solutions and regulations that could be implemented from different POV, from different perspective, from, let's say, Garuda as a state-owned enterprise, for Traveloka, which is a tourism travel service sector, and also from the, of course, the aviation, aerospace, travel, and tourism industry. Of course, for the sake of sustainability tourism in Indonesia. So that's all from me. Over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. We'll go straight to the second question, and then we'll be answering it. Table 17, oh, it's not 17, it's 20. Hi. I'm still guessing here.
Thank you for the speakers. Maybe my first comment is going to Pak Dodi. I would like to say that thanks for all the achievement from Garuda, but I would like to give you one comment, underground comment from Bali. 3 weeks ago, I arrived at Bali quite early in the morning, so I easily got a go-kart driver, and we have a very interesting conversation during our trips. And his comment is that as driver, he got a lot of complaint from the foreign tourists because of the price of the tickets. They compare the tickets, after they stay in Bali, they would like to visit Jogja, Lombok, and other places in Indonesia. But when they compare the price of the tickets, it is much cheaper from Bali, maybe to Bangkok, to Singapore, and other places in the world. So, reference to the first speaker, that the length of stay of tourists in Indonesia is very short. I think that's one of the reasons is that. And I understand that Garuda has the travel fair every year. Could you possibly advocate such travel fair from January to December every year? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We haven't got your name.
Sorry, my name is Puspa Dewi Liman from the Indonesia Biodiversity Foundation.
Thank you very much, Ibu Puspa. Okay, so I guess we'll just go straight to answering these questions. You may also give your insights as well, Mr. Hardiman, and also Widya, how Traveloka is, of course, keeping the prices attractive is also one thing Traveloka tries to do. But I think, Cap, most of the questions go to you. I think they're still in the same region, these questions about the pricing of domestic flights. So you may please comment on that.
Okay, thank you very much. First time I have this invitation. I know this question will rise up in this moment.
So you're ready for that. Okay, that's good to know.
Because this is a big issue today. And thank you from Garuda Indonesia, because everybody look Garuda Indonesia, that everybody care of Garuda Indonesia.
True.
Yeah. If you talk about the ticket pricing, before we talk further about the price, we have collective understanding that we use airplane as a travel, for our travel is a higher price than the other transportation mode, yeah, because of the faster time and then hospitality service, and also the most important thing is because of the safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as an operator, we, especially in domestic routes, we have a border for highest price and border for lowest price coming from government, especially from Ministry of Transportation.
Yeah.
And if we break down the unit, the items of this border, so many, yeah, like from operator itself, the basic costs like maintenance costs, rent costs, and then crew costs, and also fuel costs, and there is tax. Tax also we have, if we buy fuel in domestic, we have additional value of tax. And then if we buy ticket itself, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a tax also, yeah. And then we have airport tax. And an operator just only sell this ticket, and everybody know that operator has a higher price. But Garuda Indonesia, for sure, cannot make a price higher than highest border.
Okay.
Or we call it TBA or TBB. Tarif batas atas dan tarif batas bawah.
Yeah.
So if you want to take a look deeper these items, maybe we can talk together. And thank you for Kemenkomarves as a leader for this one. We already have a discussion about this. Where is the item that should we renegotiate? Especially maybe about the tax. So many tax include in this ticket. So the customer burden about this price.
Okay.
Okay. And but we should commit also, if the price become lower and also lowest, it is compromise with safety, because airline industry is high regulated industry. We cannot make it about maybe a part of the aircraft, it's time to replace. No. It's still good.
Yeah.
We cannot make it.
Just to save cost, you
Yes,
can't do that.
you can't do that.
Okay.
Because safety is number one, is the first. Maybe there is some insight from us about the ticket price.
Or at least could you share some strategies how to get cheaper Garuda tickets, like a travel fare, a year-long travel fare, or what would you suggest?
Yeah, I will say to my management, yeah, there is a question from January to December, there is a travel fair, yeah. Yes, thank you.
So, of course, that's what we want to see as well, not compromising safety, but as explained there, I guess other airlines, you can't speak for the other airlines, of course, but that's Garuda's stance on the ticket prices here in Indonesia. Would you personally like to see it lower? Would you personally like to see lower prices for Indonesia? Domestic flights?
It's depend of the government regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we cannot go lower than lowest border.
Yeah.
Because they has a formula to make the lowest border.
Yeah, lower than that is non-operational, I guess, that non-operational for the airlines. What does Traveloka do to try to keep it attractive?
So, but first of all, there are two things that I'm actually very grateful today, which is meeting everyone in here, and second, sitting after Garuda. So all the difficult question will be filtered by Garuda. So on that note, Ibu and somebody from Universitas Udayana, for us, because we are actually the marketplace, if you may say so, right? We are actually, we got price from you, right?
And then you don't determine the prices.
Right. All of the expenses that Garuda need to pay, for us, we also have some other costs to cover.
Yeah.
So that includes for the promotion, for the tax, and for, to hire the greatest talent of engineer in Indonesia, and that's costly. Again, we don't want to compromise the quality of innovation, right?
Yeah.
But another point is, as Indonesian company that comply 100% to Indonesian regulation, some of the taxes are not something that can be debated, right? But now that's something why it's hard to explain, because somebody would come to me and say, oh, why the price of the tickets in so-and-so is cheaper than you. Everyone need to be aware on the regulation and the entity of that company. We respect the regulation so much, and we don't compromise any violation to that regulation. So yeah, but to answer your question, how can we make our company attractive is one, internally by bringing the brightest talent that can create innovation. We have more than 2,000 employees in our company, and 75% of it are coming from Indonesia Engineer School. That's number one. Number two, we bring the world KOL or brand ambassador that is so famous with all of the biggest fans in the world to make sure that, that the Indonesian as the destination is attractive and our price is attractive. And by the way, we also have multiple epic sale across Indonesia, across the region, that the users can actually benefit from
there.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hardiman, if you would like to add domestic airline prices. I'm sure that's not just exclusive to Indonesia as well, people complaining about that, but how do we understand about our domestic prices, and how do we know if it's actually priced higher than it should be?
Yes, let me start by saying that I'm not intimately familiar with the domestic aviation market in Indonesia itself, but from a broader industry perspective, of course, a company like Garuda is also operating internationally.
Yeah.
So. There is no separation in that sense, is my guess.
As a business,
internally,
right? Yeah.
We don't separate typically sort of your operating costs into domestic and international. Right?
Yeah.
So it all goes into the same pot. Flying internationally is also becoming increasingly more expensive due to taxes, as you already mentioned, Captain Dodi. And I think there's one aspect that we haven't sort of included in this discussion is the decarbonization discussion. Because if we, as an aviation industry, gradually want to move towards a low carbon industry, we have to gradually start moving from conventional Jet A1 fuels to sustainable aviation fuels. And those particular fuels will be at least a factor 2, if not 5 times more expensive than conventional fuels. And that same fuel would be both for international flights and domestic flights. So I see a lot of pressure, actually upward pressure, in terms of operating costs for airlines going forward, rather than seeing prices coming down.
Okay.
There might be other technological solutions in 10 or 20 years down the line, where on medium or short haul flights we might be able to start using electric aircraft, smaller aircraft that have much smaller carbon footprints. But again, that will also require investment. In order to make investments, airlines need to be profitable. In order to be profitable, we need to bring the operating costs down. So it's not an easy discussion.
Yeah, you actually made it sound worse, actually. Sorry. but I mean, it's realistic. I mean, it gives us an understanding of what we're facing and probably how it will be in the future. So we need to prepare for that as well, on how the prices might increase while we try to achieve the quality tourism that we're talking about throughout the sessions here. Now, I just want to go to Bawidi, just a little bit about experience, because throughout the sessions we've been talking about quality tourism and how it has slowly shifted towards more of an experience instead of a mass tourism. And I believe Traveloka also focuses on experience, right? You actually have that session there.
Right, correct.
Probably you have a whole department about experience there. Now, well, from what I see is you go deeper into the tourist areas and offer experiences for tourists who come there.
Right.
And there are communities also involved in there. I've seen that in some other platforms as well. Not many, but I see it in one or two other platforms. How do you do that? Do you actually connect with the people, and how do you open and ensure that the tourists, when you say they're going to have a good experience, they actually do experience something different, something unique, as the professor also mentioned, something unique, something different and valuable?
Thank you. So that's another thing that, thank you for bringing this up, by the way. Yeah, experience is very, very crucial, because in tourism and travel, what we actually serve is a good experience, right? I mean, we serve hotel and flight as a tool, but the experience is actually the core of the thing that people are looking for, right? And I'd like to give a shout out today, because one of our partners from Wairebo is actually here, from Pok Darwis Wairebo.
Oh.
Would you mind standing up, please, if you are still here? No? Okay. All right.
She
so
went
basically,
back.
to answer your question, we actually work closely with community. For example, with the Desa Wisata or village-based tourism, we went there, we did interview, we actually trying to capture the narrative, just like what Mas Fajrin from Telkom said. It's the story that actually make a big difference. And we curated that, and we onboard that into our platform. So that's how we work. But we don't stop right there, again, because we comply with the government regulation. We have all of the whole division for customer services. Now what we're doing is actually we capture the story post-traveling, and we have the mechanism to boost that narrative in the platform, specifically for the area that enhance experience sector. For example, let's say Wairebo, because we talk about Desa Wisata in Wairebo. We actually not only send the KOL or brand ambassador and create the narrative out of it, but we have the system that make the Wairebo has specific grade with the specific comments, and we always make it up to date. So for example, your comment now might be lower down by somebody comments, and we have that AI mechanism on that, and the goal is to make sure that the comments on that particular area will give the best experience for users. So I hope I answer your question.
I also want to see the connection that is created. I think I see it as a step forward, an extra mile for a tech company to actually connect to the people. And I think this is something that we need to realize when we're aiming for a quality tourism in Indonesia. It can't be just business as usual, right? You gotta be innovative. You gotta have creative ideas, think about experiences that people actually wanna experience without knowing that I wanted that. The customers don't even know they wanted to go to this Desa Wisata. They don't know the location. They don't know what's gonna happen there. But we create that for them, and that takes connection. So thank you for that answer. Now, as pointed out, one of the main concerns when we're talking about the environment and traveling, flying is still one of the biggest concerns on emission. You talked about what Garuda is doing, what technology Garuda is not only coming up, but implementing through international standards, of course, there as well. But do you share the same thought as Mr. Hardiman that so far we're doing what we can, but there probably won't be something breakthroughing within the next probably 10, 15 years. Everything can change in the time of technology like today, but at least for the foreseeable future, we can only take steps into achieving that. Would you agree with that?
Okay. If you talk about future, we talk about carbon footprint, and also we talk about green future in Garuda Indonesia, especially in my unit led by me. We already implemented about fuel optimization program. Fuel optimization program that we choose a program that not impact the safety, because safety is number one. And thereafter we use digitalization. A year before, we use paper as our tools to fly the aircraft, but today we use an iPad for pilot to fly the aircraft, and then for the command, and it makes the aircraft fuel burning lower, and then usage of paper is lower.
Oh, yeah.
And also about the sustainability aviation fuel, we are fully committed about this program. Like the roadmap is in 2024. We are the first flight of the SAF. But we, together with Pertamina, together with Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, academics, ITB, and then palm oil industry, we committed before 2024, in October, we make the first flight of SAF.
Okay.
And in 2025, in Europe, the SAF will implement it for 2%. In Singapore, 2026, and hopefully the information from our college in Kemenkomarves in 2037, Indonesia will implement it.
Okay.
And we are fully support for this implementation.
Okay.
But talk about the price again. Mr. Said that price of SAF is 2 or until 5 times higher. So we should make this is the nation product, not just only business to business
locally.
Business to business between Pertamina and Garuda. No.
Okay.
Because SAF has many feedstock. One of them is palm oil or used cooking oil. That's why this is Indonesian product. Like when we go for a flight test in 27 October 2023, it is Indonesian product. So that's why this is not just between Garuda and Pertamina, because in palm oil industry, there is 16 million people depend on this industry.
Okay.
See? So we can make this ecosystem, Garuda or airline industry is sustained, Pertamina sustain, palm oil sustain, used cooking oil industry sustain. So we should working together how to make this product become reliable.
Yeah, and that takes a lot of people in the government to get involved as well in there. Now, Mr. Ardiman, you talked about the cost. How about with the current situation, could we still limit the emissions or make it even lower, or are there aspects of the aviation industry that it doesn't just come from the fuel, but there are other aspects in the aviation industry that could help the carbon footprint?
Yes, and I think you raise an important point, and I'm going to briefly sort of fall back in my previous job of sort of advocate for the airline industry. Airlines and aircraft, the whole aircraft industry is very visible. It's a very high profile industry. Everyone sees aircraft. We go to airports. It's very much also for that reason under the microscope. But let's not forget that airlines don't build their own aircraft. Airlines don't make their own fuel. Airlines don't, they fly the routes that they're being told to fly by air traffic control. So the efficiency that is achievable in an operational sense by an airline is very much a function of all those other actors. So airlines can only be as efficient, as carbon efficient as the system allows them to be. And I think that also brings home sort of the point that there's very much an ecosystem approach that's needed. At the World Economic Forum is one of the reasons we bring together various industry communities, because airlines, they talk to airports, perhaps, even though they don't always like sort of talking to each other. But I think within the industry, we're very good at talking to ourselves. And we need to really get out there and start talking to other industries. So we bring together, for example, the airline and aviation industry with the oil providers. We bring together the airline industry with infrastructure, the infrastructure community, just to get that perspective cross-industry, because no one on their own is going to be able to resolve this issue.
True. So thank you for raising that perspective. We probably, a lot of us never really thought about it that way, on how limited an airline like Garuda Indonesia could really operate without the whole ecosystem itself. I think we have time for, if you have one more question. There's one from the way back there. Could we get him a microphone, please? I think this would be the last question. We only have a couple of minutes left. Okay. Please state your name, sir.
Thank you. My name is Kade Angga. I'm from Tourism Department of Kelungkung Regency. I would like to ask some question to Ms. Widya. The first, I would like to invite Traveloka to Nusa Penida to cooperate with our local community in reef planting, coral planting. And the second thing, is it possible Kelungkung Regency, we would like to ask, can Traveloka share data about the occupancy, especially about Nusa Penida? And the third, I want to ask about, is it possible the local government, like us in Kelungkung Regency, to involve in verified the hotel who wants to register in Traveloka. The goal is to make sure the quality of the hotel. It based the regulation of Ministry of Tourism, Kemenparekraf, about the standard quality of tourism. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karya Aga. So you mean the government will monitor these hotels to make sure that they keep up to the standards? I think that's what you meant. Could you involve the government?
So I'd like to answer only the first question because he asked me to go to Nusa Penida, and I don't plan to go back to Jakarta anytime soon. So the answer is yes.
Okay.
So on second question, we have agreement with Central Bank, and some of the ladies and gentlemen are from Central Bank today, that we actually update some data to the Central Bank, and it's always updated. So I guess to respect the personal data privacy regulation, then we will maintain to share some update to Central Bank because we have the MOU with Central Bank. So I guess we can discuss together with Central Bank on how the government of Nusa Penida can get the data. So the third one, I'm not that clear, but I guess if what you ask is insight, then we'll be happy to share with you anytime you're available.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do that. Can we do that after this session?
Sure.
Okay. So talk
I
more.
hope my data is up to date, but we were happy to share some insight on that. But again, I understand that if what your question is specifically on on how to, I'm not sure on how to make sure that some hotels operate in the certain regulation, then I think we're not that expert to identify that.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you for willing to share that data. So thank you everyone for your time and insights here today with us. So we could see clear that collaboration is needed, but also that we need to really identify, everyone here needs to really identify what are the standards, what are we aiming for, and what are the goals, because there's a lot of industries taking part in this for the same goal, which is quality tourism, wherever that is, in Bali, in Bengkulu, wherever that is. And also the government as well needs to take part in this with their regulations. So we could aim for the same thing in each of our ways, in aviation, through the Economic Forum, World Economic Forum, and also in Traveloka. But what we like to see is tourism actually contributing to the people, let's say in Bali, and also the economy and the quality of the tourism itself. So once again, let's give a round of applause to all our speakers today. Thank you very much, Cap. Thank you, Oidia, and also Mr. Hardiman. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo in front of this table together.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Timothy Marbun, as well as all panelists on the third panel session. Now, please have a photo session as mentioned earlier by our moderator. And this also the last plenary session that we have today on day one of the first International Quality Tourism Conference. In 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give another round of applause to all of the panelists as well as the moderator for this last session? Thank you. Excellent. So it has been emphasized on the last session that if we share the same aims or the same vision and mission, it will be easier to set our goals and also set the pathways to reach our goals. That is, of course, to achieve the quality tourism. Thank you so much, Timothy Marbun, and also the whole panelists on the last session. You may now return back to your seat. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, before leaving this main ballroom, the first International Quality Tourism Conference is initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. This event is powered by Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS and supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. So please also join me in giving a round of applause to all of our generous and valuable sponsors. We still have some time before the sunset time here in Bali, so hopefully once you're leaving this hall, please also stop by at the exhibition area. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is our day 2 for the first International Quality Tourism Conference. So we do look forward for your participations tomorrow, as the registration will start at 8 a.m. local time. We will start the session sharply at 9 a.m. and it's going to be an interesting session. We will have 3 plenary sessions for tomorrow, in which one of the sessions will be joining by the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, who will also launch his book. So please don't miss the opportunity to also take part on his session and also the launch of the book. So thank you so much once again, and we do hope that the whole insights that we gained today during the plenary sessions and also during the opening session will benefit the quality and also will leverage the quality of tourism, not just in Indonesia, but of course across the world. I'm Dian Ariswari signing off. Enjoy your time here in Bali and have a wonderful day. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Holding me back, gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say when everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced. and I'm the one who will stay. Oh, oh, oh. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us.